Okay.
Get my glasses out.
Yes, sir. We'll bring our meeting to order. Thank
Jay Davis is absent. Jay Small. The agenda action program.
So program that are receiving and do underwriting of our to and also $500 with service additional adjustment. In addition, backed by an insurance company, typical process is everyone receives a standard insurance company practices that they use. Underwriting from last time and in is just its coverage.
Doesn't make it law. $100%. Yeah. It's not on social media. Website, you have seen social media. I want to make sure.
Back from last time, we also did 2 robocalls. The city of Fairburn water customers too. The individuals receive those. Also, as another precaution, if we receive return mail for those documents, we went ahead and opted those individuals out to be fair because they did not receive the mailing that went to their address.
Okay. And also, you said that there's a 2 leak per 6 months, 1 per 6 months.
No, so it's 12 months. So even if it was to occur, no matter what that period is in between, they would still receive 2 adjustments within a 12-month period.
And it's still max for that period of 12 months is $2,500.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not 25 every 6 months, 2,500 every 6.
Aggregate, correct.
Any other members of council got a question?
Yes.
Go ahead,
At the last council meeting, I mean, when this was presented, you said that only 5,000 residents had been opted in, but your presentation tonight said all have been opted in. And then we talked about the concern of residents that were opted in that may not want to participate. You said that you was going to bring back some data to show actually how many were opted in, how many have been opted out so far.
Correct. So the list that was sent initially was 5,761. That was the amount of individuals who have water accounts with the city of Fairburn. There was 97 who had return mail, and then there was 80 who opted out. But outside of those, the other individuals did not opt out. Now, we have been receiving calls after that period in which individuals are seeing it on their bill, and they're now questioning, what is this, and they want to opt out. And then we're giving them the dedicated line with serve line for the city of Fairburn to opt out going forward. But for the next 30 days, they would be covered because we cannot prorate that service.
So with the service link protection, this covers leaks that will be on city property or the owner's property?
So it's on the owners, and so it's from the meter to the home, but also the difference in this one is it covers toilets. Typically, those are our, what we call our silent killers. They're the ones that run, and unknowingly, we don't know that our toilet is running sometimes. We think it's just the normal functioning of a toilet. With the in-house City of Fairburn leak adjustment, we don't cover toilets. But this particular program does cover toilets, and it covers the water and the sewage, versus City of Fairburn only covers sewage only.
Okay, so with the raising complaints of water bills now, how does a resident move forward with activating this? Do they contact the city or do they contact Service Link directly?
So best practice first is to contact us, because if they were already opted in and they're unsure if they have coverage, it's best to reach out to the City of Fairburn customer service. After that, if we advise if you're opted in or if you're not if you're opted out, then if you need to opt in, you would need to contact the dedicated line for ServLine. If you're already opted in, you would just call that dedicated line and put in a claim.
So those who are not opted in, once they opt in, when will the service be available for them? Is it a 30-day waiting period?
It is, and so they would have to wait 30 days. So if they opted in today, they would have to wait the 30 days. But the best practice in that is because ServLine, the difference in the City of Fairburn and ServLine, we bill in the rear. They bill in advance. And so if someone is opting in this month, it would actually come up on their December 31st bill that is issued, and then their services would start January 1.
So we're really playing catch-up right now because we do have a lot of issues now. I just want to be clear on the record. Over 60 residents reached out to me about concerns about their meter reading and having quadrupled water bills. What are we doing to engage them with Service Line to get ahead, well, we're not getting ahead, to catch up to this concern in the community?
So in regards to the questionings in regards to the utility bills, majority of it is not leaks. I will advise that going forward. Majority is not leaks. And the reason being is because we have ensured accuracy. And so since I've joined the City of Fairburn in August of 2024, I have ensured that all residents get an accurate utility bill. Prior to me becoming an employee of the City of Fairburn Utilities, we did have some residents who were receiving bills where it showed zero consumption, which means they're not being billed for any consumption, but they're actually using the water, or they're being estimated, which typically that estimate was lower than the usage that they were doing on a monthly basis. And so a lot of those individuals got bills that were just base rate for receiving services because we're providing them water, but showing they're not using water. And then the other ones, they may have normally their usage maybe 4,000 gallons, but because it was estimated, and from the time maybe they started service, it was estimated, they may have only been being charged for 900 gallons of water. And so it will show a big increase also with the increase of rates from January 2024 because of this reason.
So you said that they are not leaks. How did we determine that those concerns were not leaks?
So every month in our billing process, we do what we call a bill calculation, and we do it multiple times after we receive all the readings throughout the city. In doing so, we get a report that shows abnormalities. If we have an abnormality, we take the extra step to put out a service order to our meter readers and ask them to go check the meter. When they're doing that, that's when they will advise if there is a leak on the property side, and from there, we will contact the customer and advise of the abnormalities or if there's a leak. If not, it's based on regular usage, and then at that point, we close out the service order, put the notes, but also ensure that if they call in, we can answer to those questions.
Is the standard for reading manual or scan?
So there's two-part process. We ride the city in a truck, which picks up, it's called a handheld. It picks up those electronic reads from the meters, and so it pings, it comes into a screen like an iPad, and it gets all of those readings. We then port it into our system. Once we port it in, we then determine what accounts or what meters need to be read manually because it did not pick up a read. And that's when our meter readers go out and they read the city manually for the accounts that did not pick up.
So we really are having issues with this. And
Yes.
it sound like that you're doing your due diligence.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't fathom a resident's calling saying that I received my regular bill in July and my water bill was $90. My water bill now in November is $500. I've contacted the city and they say that there is no leak. How are we addressing that? Are we telling them to bring out their own personal surveyor as well to check that? Because I'm raising this question because my phone is blowing up off the hook about this, and I don't have an answer to give them. I have to be able to give an answer to this because it is abnormal for this many people to have concerns about their water bills. So, and these are water-only customers for Fairburn. So I know that you've met with some residents and working with them to get those bills paid. What other solutions are you suggesting that be implemented to further review and ensure that there is no liability from the city, that the reads are actual, right? Because I'm very well aware that reads were not being read accurately. And the residents are aware of that as well, because people like to talk. So with that, we have to make sure that we clarify, verify, and do our due diligence. Because I love to serve the community, but every day about water bills is stress. We're in a holiday, and it is amped up even more now.
Understood. And also, I think there's some confusion in billing as far as when you receive a bill, what the period is. And so when you receive a bill that's due for December, like this month is December the 16th, that bill is actually for October. And so oftentimes we're having those conversations, but I ensure that my team asks the proper questions and saying, what may have occurred in your home in October, because oftentimes the confusion is I didn't do anything last month in November, but the bill is for the period of October, not November. And specifically with that, we do what we call a data log. Unfortunately, a data log can only be done on the new census meters, and that's why we are going through the process of the meter change out program, and so that we can continue to update the meters within the city of Fairburn. For those census meters, we can do 120 days of usage and give someone a day-by-day every 24 hours of their usage. For an example, I did have a customer who questioned her utility bill. And when we did a data log and went back, because the bill she received in November was for September, she then saw the days in which she had spiked usage. During that time, she said, oh, I had a whole bunch of family come to my home for the Labor Day holiday. I did have a whole week where my parents were in town, my brothers and sisters, because they're from another country. And so then after that, she was settled because she went from her normal bills, yes, being $50, $60 because she's a flight attendant, to being $200, $300 because her family was there and they were using a lot of water during that week. So it shows the difference in that. For the individuals who do not have a census meter, we're actually doing what we call a manual data log process. And during that, we will come to their home on Thursday. If we come at 9 a.m. on Thursday, we'll come again at Friday at 9 a.m., and then we'll come back again on Monday at 9 a.m. During those days that all the readings are being taken down from the meter readers or the water tech, we can then determine how much usage you're doing on a daily basis and give tips on how to maybe decrease your usage or do different things within your home.
Okay, thank you. I want to see some due diligence and being more transparent on the website about inclement weather, shut-offs, what the Georgia law says, so it's very clear to the residents on what their responsibility is versus what the city will be able to accept, okay? Because that's, of course, we are in the winter months now, and things do happen. And so we want to make sure that our residents can go click, those who are able to, and see this on our website. I read through the utility bill. We need to be more explicit in detail about their process in the utility bill, it reads that a shut-off will happen after a date, but it doesn't have a specific date. It used to read the 23rd, and so they will know. So residents will know that the city does not have to forewarn a shut-off because it comes in your bill every month, and it tells you when that bill is due, when it becomes a critical issue for a shut-off, the specific date. So even if that date falls on a Saturday, they will know you can anticipate that that shut-off will happen on a Monday, right? A blur, more than a blurb, because my phone been.
We actually changed the back of the bill this month, and so we didn't give a specific date, but we did actually also, because of the feedback we received from our citizens and our staff, we actually changed the grace period between when the bills are due to allow our residents to get 14 days instead of 7. So now they have until the end of the month, which technically would give them 30 days from each bill period to catch up on their bill in the event that they do get in the rears.
Thank you. I like that, and I want to speak to our residents because revenue, our utilities is one of our highest revenue getter. And we have been in the hole with utilities and rear payments. So I would not like to see a 30-day consistently. If we can utilize this 30-day to get caught up on any back pay, because what I'm concerned is that 30-day will push us further back. So I want to support the residents and their need to be able to pay their utility bills, but I have to be fiduciary responsible and making sure that our residents understand that the city cannot continue to incur late payments because it is a revenue generator for our city. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smallwood, go ahead, sir.
Just a real quick question, because I heard you mention the silent killer, the running toilets. Is there anything the residents, as well as myself, can do, because I have, fell victims of that before. What's the best way to know if your toilets are running if you're not hearing it? Because like you said, a lot of times people just don't know.
Right, so the best thing to do is remove the lid off the back of the toilet, take a couple drops of dye, and then place the lid back on. Do not flush the toilet. At that time, you're going to wait. In the event that you see that color dye start to bleed out into the toilet bowl where you use the toilet, then at that point, you know that you have a leak.
Okay.
And that's a cheaper way than hiring a plumber to come out and tell you the same thing.
Now, with the leaks, what are the most common causes of the leaks? I know the flapper, but are there other causes that residents need to be looking out for as it relates to the leaks?
So typically, sometimes you'll see it where you have the valve on your toilet and you have that hole. Over time, it just gives out as you're continuing to flush the toilet. So sometimes you will see small water. Some people could think that, oh, someone just spilled something around the toilet, but check those things because it could be a small leak until it turns into a bigger leak. And then, of course, again, if you're pushing the valve and you're doing it over a certain amount of time, I would say it's on a standard. If you're using your toilet a lot and you're flushing a lot, probably every 1.5 years or 2, you should be changing those things out just to stay up to date, and then you don't have to worry about the toilet running or having those incidents occur.
Okay.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you so much for having the conversation with the vendors about that we can submit more than one claim in a 12-month period if we've not exhausted the maximum of $2,500. So that would be very, very helpful. So thank you for following up on that, and thank the vendor for complying with or working with us to create a win-win for us. The questions that were asked by Councilman Smallwood is very invaluable information. And those are tips and tricks that should be communicated to the residents on a frequent basis of things for us to check. Again, that creates a win-win both for them as well as for us because while the running toilet and you get the bill increase there's also an issue of non-conservation of water, and we all need to do our part relative to that. I also wanted to ask, at one point in time, there was a toilet rebate program that the city participated in with the North Georgia Metropolitan Water District. If we're not actively participating in that, I'd like to see us to re-engage in that and sharing that information with the residents as well, because that's another way to conserve as well as to keep, the bills low. And then I'll have Mr. Martin to answer that question in a minute. I also wanted to ask about, you said that there were 5,100 or so residential customers, water customers. Is that correct?
5,761.
Okay, 5,700. And then, so at this point, would you say we are about 4,000 who are participating in the program?
Yes, more than.
Okay, and is there a limit or a floor for which the program becomes jeopardized if we don't have enough participation?
No, but when we go after the 12-month period and it goes back through underwriting, I would say that it may be an increase in the cost of the coverage. And so that can happen as they go back and look at our documentation and our participation in the program because of lack of participants.
Okay, and that's information that should be shared as well. But I think, the running toilet would pique a lot of people's interest, I think, to participate in the program. So, Mr. Martin, could you answer the question regarding the toilet rebate?
Yes, the toilet, excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Yes, the toilet rebate program is still active. You go on the website under our division there of utilities and go to utility information. You should be able to see toilet rebate program. We can, since we brought this up, we can reach out and put it out again across our Martinet. We can put it out across there again just to bring the attention to it.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I just read recently about Atlanta, which is where we get our water from, has increased their rates. Has that been passed on to us? Is that part of what we're experiencing at the moment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Portis Jones. No, we have not received as of yet an increase. Atlanta has expressed that they feel we're approaching the time to renegotiate our wholesale agreement with Atlanta. I would expect at that time is when a rate discussion will take place. We are a wholesale customer of Atlanta as opposed to their retail customers, their residents. And so, though there has not currently been an increase, as we renegotiate our agreement with Atlanta, that is a possibility. And it's been a number of years for context. I think it predates my time with the city, but I think it goes back well over a decade.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that long ago. All right, so this is kind of similar to the discussions we had regarding electrical rates. And so we need to now forewarn our residents about this possibility. Not only have we not increased rates for a long time, but Atlanta's cost of doing business because of the infrastructure failures that they're having, which they're passing on to all of us, we're all going to be impacted by that. And so I think we need to start, softly having those discussions with our residents about this impending possibility. Otherwise, we're going to endure the same pain that we did with the electrical rate. And I think we've learned some things from that, and so we ought to be able to soften that blow because we've got time now to, to communicate with our residents about that. So I would ask that if you would just look at that, determine what information we need to start sharing to get in position for the end, because Atlanta has increased its rates. So it's just a matter of time before it gets passed on to us. And so we just need to be prepared for that timing. But again, I want to thank you so much for the service line information. And I think if we do our due diligence, as Councilwoman Hudson has so eloquently stated, that we could maintain, if not increase the participation, because it is a good program, but we have to help residents understand why it is. And the fact that running toilets is included, which is one of those just everyday maintenance things that just comes up all the time. That coupled with possible toilet rebate and other conservation things, I think we could be successful with this. But thanks again for the effort and for coming back to us with that. Much appreciated.
Mr. Whitmore, you got a question?
Yes. Can you dive a little deeper on the meters? Now, we have new meters, okay, but I would like to hear from you in layman's terms so our customers understand.
So you're asking how a meter works, or?
What we're dealing with the new digital electronic meters, where we have our meter reader drive by and picks up the signal and that, and the percentage of failure, if there's any.
So here we have Kevin Purcell from Kendall Supply, who we actually buy our meters from, and he can provide all the detail in regards to their system and how meters work.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I have been in this business 25 years. I was a customer at the city of Gainesville. And 13 years there in their meter reading department, and then I've been with the distributor now for 11 years. So your system right now has a PD meter, and so a PD meter has a disc inside. As a volume of water comes in, it rotates that disc. That rotated disc actuates a magnet in the register. That magnet turns the dials appropriately, and then it clicks over the meter dial from a 1 gallon to 2 gallon to 3 gallon. And then once it gets to like a car odometer, and so once it hits 9 and rolls to 0, then it rolls over the 10 gallon. And so that type of meter is still a very popular meter. However, the working parts in the registers are usually 10 to 15. So unfortunately, Fairburn has a lot of those in their system. And so you will get dials that won't turn. You'll get debris that will wear down the puck, and it will, unfortunately, register less amount of water. And so every utility has a 15 or 18-year change-out program. And so like John said, y'all are in phase 2. In 2022, you implemented the first phase and did 1,500 meters. And so the meter is still a positive displacement, but it's all brand new working parts. And so you get the accuracy of all those brand new moving parts inside the meter. You get a register now that will last 15 years instead of 10, and it's digital. And so unfortunately for me, when it dies, it dies. And so there's no, it worked yesterday and now it doesn't work today, and then it works the next day and it doesn't work. The way new meters are designed is when that electronic piece stops working, it stops working. And so then there's no read coming from the field. And so when the gentleman or the meter reader goes out and reads, this transmitter that's in the top of the lid is actually pinging the meter for those dials. And when it gets all 7 dials back, it sends that reading in. If it doesn't get all 7, it puts an error for the billing department to then go out and manually read the meter or have it repaired. So, and that's for all brands. We've moved forward over the last 2 or 3 decades to a more system that if it works, it gives you a rating. If it doesn't give you a rating. There's not a whole lot of guesswork in all the new parts and pieces. It either works or it doesn't. And so we've seen a very small few, I think we've had 12 errors, 12 parts that have went bad. I think we've had probably 24 where the customers have damaged accidentally or on purpose. And so overall, I would say your failure has been less than 5% of what new has went in.
Mr. Whitmore? Yes, sir.
So,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If Mr. Martin can kind of talk about the day-to-day meter change-out that our internal team is doing, he could add a little bit more context to those meters.
On a daily basis, the meter techs, they go out and change our meters according to what the feedback from customer service on the reports they get in, the meters that fail. Manual meters, we do investigate the reason why. What reason why? Some of those meters come from meters being dead, damaged, non-functioning, and they're not usually none of the new meters. There are about 4 different brands of different kind of mixed up meters throughout the city. We're trying to take those out of the system, starting with the largest lifespan of them, and that's 15 years. How we know that? In our database, there's what you call a birthday for every meter that got installed. We're using those old dates and coming out of everything. We're trying to change those out to give people more accurate readings and to make sure that they do have accurate bills. But we've done overall, we've done those 1,500. Regular crews on a daily basis, as they're going, have done 250. And that's along with doing other work like leaks, this and that there. But that time in between, change it out. So with that, so according to our system, 1,750 have already been done. We've got 4,600 more to go. What we budgeted for this year was 1,250, which is coming forward to the council here within the next month. That will leave us 3,400 and something left to change out. So with phase 2, that'll put us halfway at that mark. But we do still have to get those other meters that lifespan are dying out. And that causes us to read manually. And manually, we don't like to do manual as much as we do because it causes human error, but we're forced to do that. But day to day, we're changing our meters day to day.
so as a follow-up, well, thank you. And I guess, how did you know I was going to ask about your props? But as you well know, there's been a lot of conversation recently, even within the last week, in reference to high water bills, the meters, and so on and so forth. But what is your timeline? You're going into phase 2?
Right, that's correct.
And you said that our crew can put in, you said they changed out 250
Yes, doing the whole year.
on the whole year, so we're 250 per year.
Right.
Okay. Do we have to go outside to get it done even quicker?
Well, we can, but the 1,250 will already be done by contracted services called Aqua Meters through Kev and them. The reason why is because they'll keep us from our, not using our daily operations, but be on spontaneous for our customers and citizens. But in the same sense, with them doing it at a mass like that, they have it already on a disc, ready, barcoded, and just downloaded in our system. So it takes out all the errors from there. And as you can see, these meters here are barcoded. Everything on here is barcoded. So it goes from one system in to the next accurately. No human error whatsoever.
Can you just bring it up? So, I mean, and I apologize, I left my glasses, but maybe the rest of them can see.
I had to go get mine.
So,
This is the transmitter.
Okay.
Okay? This is what the car receives here from here. What it does is, once the car comes by and it receives the signal to pick this up, it wakes this up. And if you look at the screen, which I should have shown you, I brought listening, you see blue water drops and you see lightning like for electric. And you see them disappear off the system. And as they disappear off the system, those are the ones that are being read and transmitted into the system. And then it's downloaded when it comes into the office. But this is your typical, once it's done, it opens up, it gives you the PSI, it gives you the time is there, reading, everything all at one time.
So if you have a leak, for example, and looking at that meter, where most of us are accustomed to looking at the old meters that has the red dial, which is the indicator stating that we have a leak somewhere.
Right.
How do we know it's a leak with that particular unit?
The last two numbers back
Thank you.
here past.
He walked up.
Go ahead, John.
So
Show that to Ms. Hudson while you're doing it.
The
while you
primary
start.
way that a leak is caught in a system that reads once a month is when, as Chelsea said, when they bring in those readings, they get an abnormal reading, and they immediately know to look up that account and see if the usage is higher or lower than expected in the system. The best way to go out in the field for a customer is to take a manual. If it was me and I was a water customer and I wanted to troubleshoot my own usage at my home, I would basically do like Chelsea and them are doing. I would go out the same time every day and write down that reading, take a picture of it with my phone, and then it's just like the odometer on a car. If you go 100 miles down the road, it's going to advance 100 miles. And so you would just subtract one day's reading from the next day's reading, and I'm sure on the website, you know, they've got some information about, but, you know, if you take 2 or 3 showers, that's probably 50 gallons of water. So once you subtract that reading and you get a number that's more than you think, then you could probably call Fairburn and get some information on how much water should I be using as a customer if I have 1 or 2 or 3 individuals living in the home. That may not be something bad to put on the website. Say a home of 4 uses on average X amount of gallons of water. But that's the way that I would do it if I wanted to troubleshoot my own. There's an alarm that comes from the meter that's used by the billing system. The most basic way for the customer, go out and take a picture of it at 4 p.m., go out the next day, 4 p.m., go out the next day, 4 p.m., and just see if your meter is advancing.
Okay, it's great information. I think I learned so much about meters within the past 3 or 4 days. And another aspect of that is my understanding that with these meters, since they capture everything immediately, now when you're opening up, cracking the valve or turning your water faucet on, okay, most of us or some of us will crack it full, open it all the way. Some of us will take a slower approach. But what happens when you just crank it all the way? Say like I'm going to brush my teeth in the morning.
So a 3/4-inch meter, normal operating is 25 gallons a minute. 1 inch is 55. So if you turn all of your faucets on in your house, I doubt that you would see 25 gallons a minute. You would have to have some larger volume of water. So most residents are not going to see a full 25 gallons a minute. However, what impacts people is a small leak. A toilet running can use up to 1 million gallons in a month and a half. That doesn't seem possible for a residential customer, but a small 2.5 to 5 gallon leak running every minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 7 days a week, that begins to add up and compound a lot quicker. And so that's more of what people need to be aware of is of course, we all have a teenager who likes to take a 35-minute bath, but it's more of making sure your appliances are fitted with the correct washers. Your sink is not, when you turn it off, is not continuing to drip. Because those drips, those small leaks, over a course of 30 days, over a course of 6 months, they grow up exponentially.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, go ahead.
Yes, so a clarification on the meter changeout rate. So if, Kendall, in your company, if you've done 1,200, you said, is that? 1,500. Okay, so is that the rate per year?
We could come in tomorrow and do the rest of them, ma'am, if you wanted to
Pay
budget that
for
much
them?
money.
Oh, you mean that's the problem? Oh.
I'll call them tonight when I leave.
Oh, okay then. All right, so that makes sense, because I was wondering why it would take so long if you're changing out at that rate. That makes sense. However, that is something we ought to just take a look at to see, a small percentage increase in the change out will ultimately have an impact on us completing that project.
It's good to do it over a fiscal year so that your system now, the meters you're putting in are a 20-year lifespan. So in 20 years, somebody doesn't have to go in and do all 7,000 again at the same time. So I would say if you have, take the number and divide it by 3, and maybe you do a third this year, a third next year, and maybe a third next year, and see how that works on paper. Can I say anything about the AMI?
Oh, I was going to do that.
Okay, you go ahead.
Well, I want to cover bases with this. One thing in particular about this particular meter here is that it's dated when it should be replaced. No guesswork involved. This meter here was manufactured in 2022. It's destined 2042. As a matter of fact, July, it's expired. We had that history to put in the database so it can ping out, and for budgetary, we can make sure we know which ones, and then we can budget according to how many they got to be taken out.
Okay.
So that is a plus on our side. Having these here throughout the whole city is leading up to one of the predictions that the mayor and city administrator mentioned on a few occasions, and that is to the AMI system. Okay, AMI system consists of a host computer. You don't need a car. Okay, it picks it up. If your date is it's supposed to, it pings out throughout the whole city by having collectors in different parts of the city. It comes in automatically, prints out there for the bills, and then anything that it can't read, take for instance, somebody ran over with a car, somebody done messed up, it prints out their report. That in turn, meter reader and tech go out to investigate what's wrong, why it's not functioning. Then at that time, if replacement is needed, then we go ahead and take care of it. It gets amped right back into the system. Next month, the host computer hits, it sucks them all in. But that is the future where we're going.
And it's interesting you should say that. I came on council in 2014, and we were talking AMI and digital replacement then. And here we are still talking about it, but at least we're slowly making the change out. But residents note, that's how long some of these things take, because it is extremely expensive for us to do this. But I appreciate that, we have begun that process, because technology is forced upon us. Quite frankly, we don't have a choice. That being said, given that we are a customer of Atlanta, or of the watershed, the Department of Watershed, what incentives are they offering, or can they offer, to help us to change out these the meters? Because it is to both of our benefits. Hey, we don't know unless we ask, right? And if they say no, but why not, right? Because water is finite here, and the more we all do to conserve water, it's in all to do so. And given the infrastructure issues and crises that Atlanta has, I would think that they would be more willing, I should say, to partner with us to change out these meters. So let's ask. They may tell us no, but let's ask and see what they say. And then the last thing I want to say is I'm really concerned about the 60 calls that Councilwoman Hudson has gotten relative to water bills. Yes, we should receive the calls. I mean, our constituents do call us and complain about things, but for her to get 60 calls is unconscionable. So something's wrong here. There's a disconnect. So I'm asking that we have a conversation with Councilwoman Hudson about who those 60 customers are, and that she can ensure that they have all been communicated with and that their issues have been resolved, because that is a huge number, and that is unacceptable, totally unacceptable. So, Councilwoman Hudson, I applaud you taking all of those calls, but you should not have been taking all of those calls.
Let me say this. Don't direct me on how to engage the community.
I wasn't directing you.
No, I just want to say this.
Well, she yielded. Go ahead.
I'm very cautious how I engage community. And I want to be specific on how this information was received. This information was received in a combination of phone calls and emails on a server from an HOA, right? So when you get that number, as well as go on Nextdoor and you'll see it there. I make sure that I do my due diligence to instruct them to come meet with you guys. And I believe, I said early, I know that you have met with those customers. A lot of calls came in during the inclement weather time, right? And so while one council member may engage community one way, I have several different forums and platforms where community communicate with me. That's social media, that's an email, that's by phone call. So if I erred and said all phone calls, they were not all phone calls. I want to be clear. There were a combination of sources of communication, and I direct them to the utility department, and they communicate where, for example, you met with one of the residents on Friday. That resident left and reported, hey, I'm on a payment plan now, but I still have some concerns. You have a right to have that concern. So that's what I need to say. When it comes to change, people receive change differently. Sometimes how community engages us, it's about their comfortability. That's not a norm. It's not abnormal for me to get a lot of calls on a daily basis, not just about the city, but about resources that our families need during this holiday season. Some of those calls were not just water. Some of those calls were for need during the holiday, in which I set to address. So I think we're very clear that this is an issue that we have to manage, and that we have to manage it well with a combination of things. Like Mr. Martin, if we can look in audit and see what area were those meters changed out, to put that on the record to say if there is vandalism, it's not gonna be tolerated, because we know we installed a new meter at this address a year ago. So that's what I need to say for the record. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, go ahead.
Yes, and so thank you so much for that clarification, because I heard that you received 60 phone calls.
And I restated what I said.
Okay,
Ms. Mercer, she has the floor. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and
Go ahead, finish.
again, I appreciate the clarification, because now that number now makes more sense. You know, you articulated the various forms for which, you know, you've come up with that number. And so I appreciate that clarification, and thank you. But the bottom line is, these are our customers, and if we have customers with issues, all of us are responsible for addressing those issues. And when you receive a number like that, that was very unsettling for me. as part of this team. So I'm glad to know the form that that you've articulated it, and I'm glad to know that we are addressing those issues because, quite frankly, that's the bottom line. So thank you.
My pleasure. And we also we encourage you to call us. We're here to support you. We don't just want you to receive a high bill that is unsettling for you. So at all times, we say call us. Also, because of the enforced bill policy, we also ask that when you receive your bill, if you have questions, call. Don't wait until the due date, because once we go to the due date or we go into disconnect status, we can no longer do anything to adjust or assist with a payment arrangement, because per the policy, once you're disconnected, you are responsible for that bill 100%. And so again, the City of Fairburn Utilities is here to support the residents and the customers of Fairburn, but we ask that you come to us and address those concerns, and so that we can help you with what we can, and also provide the resource list to you if you need one.
Well, that's great. And if you meaning the team and communication specifically, if we just talk about this constantly, especially during the winter months, that would be extremely helpful. Because when it's cold, we don't want anyone without electricity, and we don't want anyone without water. So let's figure out what it is that we need to do to assist our customers in that regard. And constant and frequent communication is one of those ways. And the statement that you just made about don't wait, call us, let us help you before it's too late, that's a message that needs to be articulated constantly. So thank you for that.
Pleasure.
Mayor, one follow-up.
Yes, ma'am, go
I
ahead.
wanted to say thank you, because I want people to understand that I'm in this fight with everybody. I'm a customer. I'm a customer before I am a councilwoman. And you know, Ms. Logan, that I've had some issues with my bill as well. So when residents reach out to me, I am going to give my testimony as well, because we stand together, not separate and apart. When it comes to the residents, we come first. I'm resident first, councilwoman second. So I want to thank you. There's still some hiccups. That's not for the public, because that's my personal business, that we will follow up with about that. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Any other members of council? Thank you so much. I think that's it.
Yes.
Okay, members of council, that concludes our workshop. We'll,
7 minutes.
and I apologize, ladies, I've got,
7 minutes.
got 7 minutes. We'll start at 7 minutes. Isn't it obvious? He said, "What the-" o'clock straight up. If we'll, at this time, we'll bring our meeting to order. At this time, thank you so much. At this time, we'll have the roll call by the city clerk.
The Honorable Mayor Pro Tem James Whitmore.
Present.
The Honorable Hattie Portis Jones.
Present.
The Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood.
Present.
Honorable Samantha Hudson.
Present.
The Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Absent.
The Honorable Alex Heath.
Absent.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll have an invocation from Pastor Ingrid Thompson of Harvest Rain International Church. Please come forward. Everyone that can, please stand.
Good evening. If we can all bow our heads for a word of prayer. Father, we love you tonight, and we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you that this is the day that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for this time of gathering with our honorable mayor and honorable city councilmen and women. We thank you that your word says that we are to pray for those that are in authority, that we might lead a quiet and a peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. And so we pray tonight that as our leaders lead and as they make decisions, that you will give them wisdom and guidance to make decisions that are right and upright for the people that dwell in this city, Lord. We thank you, Father God, that you will give them guidance and direction to, Lord God, make the decisions that will bring Fairburn to a place of continuously succeeding, Father. And we just give you praise, honor, and glory for that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a motion with adoption of the city council agenda as printed. Is there a motion?
Mayor? Mayor? Mayor, before you adopt the agenda, I would like to add a discussion on the agenda to actually have a discussion about process and procedures.
Mr. City Attorney, in this case, can I ask, in this case, I'm just trying to make sure we're within proper protocol. Process and procedure regarding what, if I can ask?
Process and procedures that we're currently undertaking and exercising.
Okay. My question would be, I'm not
For
sure.
the city ordinance, he has a right to make that.
Yeah, I understand that, Ms. Hudson. I'm trying to confirm if that's an item that, in this case, has to require executive session or an open meeting or what, based on?
It's nothing that needs to go into executive session. There's an open process where our citizens have a right to hear some of my concerns. And if citizens are able to ask for and receive information, and I'm not, then that's a problem. So process and procedures.
Yes.
So in this case, members of council, I guess in this case, you're right. According to Robert's rule, you had a right to add an item to the agenda. My question to you, members of council, we're about to adopt the agenda. The real question is there a motion to adopt it?
So move.
A second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
That motion carries. So item number 15 will be processes and procedures. Okay.
Mayor, one more question.
Add a discussion of process and procedures.
Yes, ma'am.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor. I understand that one of these items will be moving item 6 will be moving. Is that correct? We won't be,
The recommendation is that that item in this case is actually being recommended that it be tabled so that it can go back to the community, if I'm correct?
okay. Okay, so that means Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore's item won't be 15. It will be actually 14? Is that correct?
No.
No?
No, ma'am.
It doesn't
It'll
get,
be-
okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Members of council, at this point, we have adoption of this city council agenda with item number 15, process and procedures. Is there a motion?
It's already been motioned and second.
Yeah, I got a motion already in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Already been done. Jones voted no. Public comments.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, at this meeting, at this time, we're gonna come to public comment. What I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got several public hearings, if you want to speak regarding the public hearing item, if you will, would you please have used the public hearing comment period to speak to the item for or against. And so again, if you will, please, that way we can maintain some form of order. At this time, public comment, 30 minutes shall be available for public comment. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. However, a speaker may transfer his or her 3 minutes to another speaker, but no speaker shall be permitted to speak for more than 6 minutes. Further, in the event, if more than 10 speakers desire to speak, each speaker will be limited 2 minutes, and no speaker shall speak for more than 4. Issues raised at this time are generally referred to the city administrator for a review. Responses will be provided at a later date. This time, we'll now go to the approval of the city council minutes.
No, we have 4 speakers.
I'm
First
sorry.
speaker is
Your turn.
Jennifer Stewart.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
E.J. Brooks.
Good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
I'd just like to say
Hold
when
on
a
a
leak is
second.
good is when we.
Hold on a second.
Phone check.
Clock starting over?
I have you right here.
When a leak is good is when it's going to freeze, especially if you live in an older house. You want to turn your faucet on, let it drip so your pipes don't freeze and you get a leak. Also, I'm really liking the new wall at East Broad Street and West Fayetteville. It's a cement wall, and on top of that is a wooden shadow box fence. Good job. It looks real good. However, I do have some questions. Is the Fairburn Housing Authority still an authority, or is that not a thing now?
Yes, it is.
It is a thing?
Yes,
Okay. Is there any meetings about the Fairburn Authority, Housing Authority? Well, next item I'd like to bring up is when the city of Fairburn passes ordinances, and are they exempt from the ordinance that they pass? I'm referencing the blighted housing tax, and referencing the courthouse, because it's definitely after the fire blighted. Second, I'd like to talk about each and every one of you guys took a vow to uphold the Constitution of not only the United States, but the state of Georgia. And when you invite people to participate in the democratic process and they show up and you tell them, well, tonight you may have shown up for action item number 8, but you're not going to be able to talk about it. Come back in 2 months and we can talk about it then. And even question a speaker when they say, you're not going to talk about item 8, are you? And last week's meeting of the Fairburn Planning Committee, it was told that public comment is after each item, but actually when you stood up to speak on an item, it was no, you can't speak because there was no roster to sign up. You can't speak because this isn't a public meeting, it's a public hearing, and you can only participate verbally in a public meeting, not a hearing. And I beg to differ. I think both encourages people to stand up so you can hear from the community on whatever you're talking about. If not, why not go ahead and hide in the dark? So anyway, I just said all that to say it's just a concern. It's not criticism, it's observation. That's all. It's not critical. It's just observations. I'm reflecting back what I'm hearing and experiencing and seeing. And to me, it violates not only the Constitution, but the entire democratic process. Thanks a lot, y'all, for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alexis Gurley.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I was here a couple of months ago. I live on Bay Street.
Hold on 1 minute, please. It should be 3 minutes.
I won't take
This is
that long.
not the public. It's just the 3 minutes for the speakers. I can run it over here if that's fine. Go ahead, Ms. Gurley.
So I live on Bay Street. I've been a resident of Fairburn for probably 16 years now. I invested in the community. I invested in the historic neighborhood. The gentleman just mentioned the blighted houses that are not being handled in an efficient and timely manner is pretty unacceptable. I think there was a house on Bay Street, probably 4 houses down. It was a fire. It's been abandoned and vacant for over a year. There's garbage, litter, abandoned cars in the yard. So that's not why I came to talk to you guys tonight, but he sparked my memory on that's one of the reasons, one of the issues that I have in my community, that I work really hard to keep my house clean, my yard clean, you know, everything to code. But what I'm really here for is that the traffic on Bay Street is out of control. Last time I was here, Chief Bazidlo, Deputy Chief Eisworth set a trailer up and did a traffic study. They did 2. The last study, school was out. In 11 days, there were 19,000 cars that came down Bay Street from South Avenue to Fayetteville Road. There's no speed limit sign. We're still getting the tractor trailers, the 3-axle vehicles, the speeding school buses. But now, since they installed a stop sign, thank you very much for doing that, the speeds have helped, but the sheer volume of traffic, I can't even utilize the front of my house. My master bedroom is 50 feet from the street. We're an old, established, historic neighborhood, and everybody seems to be using Bay Street as a cut-through. And I'd really like, if we cannot control the volume of traffic, it's the only arterial road into Fairburn from 138 besides Highway 29, at least get us some speed bumps so we can safely check our mail, so we can walk in the neighborhood, maybe get some sidewalks installed. It's just out of control, and I'm really frustrated that over all of these years, nothing has been done, but we've got development after development after development, and I'm not gonna get any relief, right? It's at the point where I wanna sell because I don't have a quality of life. I can't, my windows shake, my alarms go off because of the speeders. And I know that Deputy Chief and Chief they were very responsive, but I'm just begging you, and I'm just begging you to get some help over there. I mean, I see new parks installed, but I can't even get some traffic control. And I asked for a speed limit sign, but the city put up 3 different street markers. So on a 3-way stop, I have 6 street signs that identify Bay Street and South Avenue. There's 1 at each
Thank you.
stop sign. Bay Street, South Avenue, Bay Street, South
Thank you
Avenue.
so much for your comment, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Ms. Nichols?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Shanita Nichols. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address a pressing issue that has impacted all of us residents of Fairburn, the excessively high water and sewer utility bills. Since the month of October, many of us have been grappling with water bills that have doubled or even tripled with no logical explanation. There are no signs of leaks, running toilets, or other typical causes that might justify these staggering increases. Despite reaching out to the utilities department and raising concerns, there has been no resolution to the issue. Instead, the recommendation for many of us has been to hire specialized plumbers to investigate potential underground or interior issues, a process that comes with additional and often substantial expenses. The suggestion feels unjust when the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that this is not an isolated homeowner issue, but rather a citywide problem. Fairburn's residents deserve better. The city's reluctance to acknowledge the broader scope of the issues raises serious concerns about its commitments to its people. For our most vulnerable citizens, particularly seniors on fixed incomes, this financial strain is unstable. The burden of these unexplained increases is pushing families and individuals to their limits, and we need answers. It doesn't make sense for so many of us to experience these billing issues simultaneously, especially in colder months when water usage tends to decrease and not spike. This anonymously contradicts industry trends, yet we are left without explanations or a path forward. As a united community, we demand solutions. We need to know, will the city conduct an internal audit of its utilities, including its processes and staff? Are the systems and infrastructures being evaluated for potential errors or inefficiencies? What is the level of expertise within the department, and are improvements being prioritized? The lack of transparency and communication from the Utilities Department is deeply concerning. A quiet administration is a corrupt administration. We are here tonight to ensure this issue is no longer swept under the rug. To the City Council, we ask that you take this matter seriously, investigate it thoroughly, communicate openly with the community, and commit to a resolution that reflects fairness and accountability. Over 100 properties, likely more, are experiencing the same issue, and this is not a coincidence. This is a systematic failure that demands immediate action. We are not asking for favors, we are asking for fairness. We are asking for leadership that serves the people of Fairburn, not burdens them. Let this be the moment when our voices are heard and the city steps up to rectify this injustice. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. At this point, members of council, we have before you the city council minutes of the approval of the city council meeting for the city council meeting that commenced on October the 28th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the council minutes that commenced on October the 28th?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Also, can I entertain a motion to approve the city council meeting minutes that commenced on November the 4th, 2024? Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this point, we'll go to our first public hearing item.
Okay. The first item is accessory structure text amendment. It is a request for mayor and council approval of the proposed text amendment to Chapter 80 zoning to allow portable accessible structures in certain residential zoning districts. This is a public hearing.
Go ahead, I'm gonna let you address it first, and then I'll open the public hearing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The first item before you is a requested text amendment. A resident brought it to our attention that she wanted to put a carport in the back of her house. And after looking at the lot dimensions and evaluating our current standards, it just wasn't feasible. We could not approve it. So she asked, why not? And we said we would do some research. After doing some research, we discovered that our language in our accessory structure regulations were overly burdensome on residents who wanted to put up a she shed, a carport, or anything of the sort. They were tied to the development standards for a principal structure. So you have a shed that's having to do the exact same setbacks as a house, and it simply didn't make sense. We have specific standards for accessory dwelling units, but not for carports or garages or sheds. So working with the resident, we were evaluating all of the sections and came up with the following recommendations. So just to give you an example of what we mean by carport or shed. We looked at various municipalities that also had standards and kind of tweaked them to best suit our lower density areas like our R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning districts. Now, we did find that there were some local governments that did have more allowances, but we settled on what is in front of you today. The applicant is here and available to answer questions, but just to kind of visualize what we're explaining, our current standards require, if you are in one of our lower density zoning districts, you have a 20-foot rear yard setback, so you have to be 20 feet off the rear. That means even if you have a huge backyard, you can't use most of it because of that restriction. So you're settled to trying to build either a smaller carport or a smaller shed, but you have a huge backyard. And in some of our areas, we have minimum lot standards that are acre with 30 to 40 foot rear yard setback or 20-foot setbacks. So just so that you can see what the current standard is and what we're proposing. And we've also kind of conformed the standards to better fit the lot size than having something across the board for principal houses instead of something for sheds. Are there any questions for staff? One thing I did want to bring to your attention, we can certainly make it higher. If you want to add more allowances, we've seen things like local governments that allow accessory structure up to 20% of the principal structure. In Peachtree City, I believe the standard is 200 square feet. based on your lot width. So we can certainly go a little bit higher or however you see fit. But the applicant is here and available to tell how all of this came about.
Well, let me do this. Let me, members of council, let me open the public hearing and conduct a public hearing, and then we'll come back, and because you may end up having questions from that session as well. Members of council, yeah, before you, can I entertain a motion to open the public hearing?
So
3 minutes.
move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carried. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, those that are in favor of this item, would you please come forward and speak? 30 minutes are allocated for the public hearing. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Wilburn and my husband Ralph Wilburn. Thank you, Ms. Brookings, for your assistance. My husband and I decided that we wanted to build a garage to start with in our driveway next to our home. So I'm a nurse. I leave early in the morning to go to work, and it's very dark outside. So for safety reasons, I wanted to be able to walk out my door, get into my car, and open a garage door and proceed to work. So we kind of started, I convinced him, and we started the venture of trying to get a garage done. So we contacted several contractors that came out to our home, looked at our property, and decided, of course, they would, that was something that was feasible. So we hired a architect who constructed some beautiful plans, and they did the paperwork. We submitted it to the city. So we, in the usual, started the wait process. So we were contacted. Most of our correspondence came through the contractor, of course. So eventually, we were told that we have to have our property surveyed. So of course, the architectural price for constructing the plans were in the thousands, and then we had to pay a company from Newnan, Georgia, to come to our home and to survey our property, which was a couple of more $1,000s. So we submitted all those plans. Everything was submitted back to the permit department at Fairburn, and then we waited again. There was some back and forth between the contractor and the city, not really sure of all the correspondence. But eventually, we were told 3 months later, we're sorry, you're 2 feet over the setback, whatever that meant to me at that time. I know now, you can't build your project after we've already spent thousands of dollars to have this done. So I just could not figure out, for the life of me, we're tax-paying citizens of Fairburn, and why we couldn't. So we kind of just let it win, and now, back this year, after our cars got pounded with hail, I decided I was going to try again. So I did. I submitted plans. This time, maybe they'll let us build a carport, same process, and they said no. Well, I didn't want to take no this time. So I reached out to Ms. Brookings. I was actually referred to Ms. Brookings, and she kind of explained the process to me and asked that I just take it a step a little bit further and do the text amendment. So hopefully that will help some of the other residents of Fairburn who are just trying to do a simple, small project, but run into the roadblocks that my husband and I did. So that's kind of how we ended up here tonight. It really wasn't planned, but I really started to just let it go altogether. But I was convinced that maybe by speaking up and speaking out that this will help another resident that is trying to do the exact thing, same thing, a simple project that we lost a lot of money on and was just flat out told no. So I didn't take no, so that's why I'm here today. So that's how this story came about. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in support of the item?
I'm in favor of helping this neighbor out and changing the code or variance, whatever you want to call it, because of two things. One, George Carlin said that our homes are just places where we keep our stuff. And I live in a very small home, and I don't know if you've seen people that live in little tiny bungalows like mine. they have the garage open and you see it's packed full of stuff and they parking in the driveway. Or, so anyway, to have a place, here's a warning though. My understanding is that if you go to Home Depot and buy one of those prefabbed, already built units that you just get slid off the back of a tow truck with skids, it's not insurable with your homeowner's insurance. However, what this neighbor's gone through with the architect and with the survey, they have gone beyond the call of duty to do the right thing by coming before you tonight. Please allow them and any other neighbor to build on their property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else here wish to speak in favor of the item? Okay. Seeing none, is there anyone here that wish to speak in opposition of this item? Seeing none. At this time, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. You have before you, members of council, you have before you an accessory structure text amendment. Is there a motion?
So move.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it to the floor so you can ask questions. Okay, I'm sorry, there's a motion made by Ms. Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that a motion to approve?
It's a motion.
Motion to approve?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and second, any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Jones, you had some questions.
Yes, Ms. Brookins, actually, I am surprised that this is inconsistent with our ordinance because we discussed these things at length when we approved the accessory dwelling units, which I would consider this to be part of because it would be an additional unit that we are allowing you to add on to your property. So I am surprised that, that we have this inconsistency. But that being said, what you're proposing, is it exactly the same as the accessory dwelling unit? And if not, how do they differ? And why do they differ?
No, it's different from an accessory dwelling unit. So an accessory dwelling unit would have a dwelling unit in it. So for instance, if you have like a mother-in-law suite or a place where you would have somebody stay in, this is different from that.
Okay, in terms of the setback requirements, really is what I'm trying to ask.
This provides.
Is that different?
This is less restrictive. So
Less
you can
restrictive,
be
okay.
5 feet off your property line. As long as you're not in any easements or utility infrastructure, then you can be 5 feet, which is common.
Okay, all right. And then secondly, you've proposed what the setbacks should be. Why did you offer or bring into the discussion to add what did you say? To enlarge it, I guess, the setback? Do we need to do that?
It's at the will of council.
Well, no, professionally speaking, and in terms of zoning, and in terms of why we have the setbacks and all of that. What's the benefit of enlarging it or going with what it is that you're proposing? Now, because you proposed specific setbacks, yet you're saying that we could also enlarge that. So tell me, well, I'm asking you to propose which it should be and what's the advantage of doing what you're proposing or requesting enlargement.
The proposed text amendment has limitations on the size.
Okay.
We have seen local governments in rural areas that allow larger, up to 20% of the principal structure. So the benefit is you can build a larger shed. But if you want to be kind of a little bit more in line with local governments that go smaller, it's really at the will of council. My professional opinion is, I would say 30% is probably doable in most areas because a lot of our zoning districts have larger lots. But we also have provisions in this proposed ordinance for areas that are legal nonconforming and are smaller but don't meet the requirements but still want to shed. So there's an option for both. But it would make sense to go up to, I would probably limit it to about 30% of the principal structure if you want to go larger.
And how would that impact your neighbor to the left or right, especially one that has less than an acre of a lot, or those who might be in a subdivision? And I don't know if they may have other limitations, I don't know, but just thinking of a smaller lot where the houses are closer to each other, aesthetically speaking, professionally speaking, and from a planning and zoning perspective, what should be that setback allowance so that we maintain the quality of the property and we don't impact its saleability and its value and the quality of life?
I think the setbacks are fine, because we also have that provision for the lot width. It does allow a little bit flexibility, so it's really based on how much acreage you have. For folks that have larger acres, and we do have some rural areas that are large in acres more, in some instances that do have residential zoning, it provides them to have a little bit larger because they have larger lots. But if you have a narrow lot, then you would also be able to have a shed. They are also, I think it's pretty customary for residents to expect to see a garage or a carport or something of that nature in the back of your yard. We also have some design standards that require that, you know, if it's going to have siding, it has to be wood. You can't have like a metal siding on side, but if you want to have a carport, you can certainly do so.
Okay, so should the recommendation be a percentage versus specific square feet?
I think it would make sense to do percentage, but I didn't know if you were more kind of restrictive or if you wanted to have a more flexibility. It really depends on the.
Well, I mean, I would suggest, based on what you've described, and that it is dictated or driven by lot size, that percentage would make more sense than a specified number of square feet.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think that would provide the necessary consistency and the proportion relative to the lot size. Does that work for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
We've seen both sets of house plans, so.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Whitmore?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you. For the text amendment, well, let's go back. That property was zoned with those setbacks when? What year?
The standards were put in place in 2019.
2019? Okay. Well, I would like to say I applaud you for doing the research and working with the homeowners to come to this point. But to answer my colleague's question, if you're living in a community where you have side setbacks of 10 feet, for example, in Durham Lakes, 5 is mine and 5 is my neighbor's. So of course we wouldn't do anything on the side of the house, but I love the idea of being able to do some things in the back of your house to help assist in what homeowners want to do, right? And I think it's important that we always take the approach that there's always another way to get a win-win for everybody. So thank you for that.
I do have one point of clarification. Because there are master plan communities, this proposed text amendment would only impact R1, 2, 3, and 4. The master plan communities are a bit unique in that they have green space, and some of them have parks and lakes, and it varies. So to be fair to this applicant and all of those who are in sort of your traditional, unconventional suburban communities, this would apply only to them.
Well, that's some good clarity. I kind of thought it was going to be applicable towards houses like in R1, 2, 3, but by you stating it for the record, it's most appreciated. Thank you.
Follow-up question?
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up another interesting question. So if a planned community does come in, is part of our process of discussion with them if must they specify what they're going to do relative to, say they just want to build homes and not necessarily garages for those homes, but they're going to build that, but do our our ordinances or text amendments allow for the future homeowner to do exactly what we're discussing today, even though it was a planned community who necessarily didn't build garages, for example.
I would say in that instance, we would rely on the ordinance that was established when that subdivision or that planned community was created. Because a lot of those planned communities have unique accessory structures and setbacks that are applicable only to them because of the unique nature of how the community was constructed and designed.
Well, I would ask that we ensure from this point on, if this is approved, that that question is specifically asked in those planned communities, and they specifically articulate what it is that they want or don't want, so that we know the answer to that question in the event we get a request for, or a homeowner in a planned community wants to do that. Just accommodating that potential future. All right, thank you.
Follow up, ma'am?
I wanted to make sure, Ms. Hudson, did you have a question?
Yeah, not a question, just, thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for clarifying that. So basically, I'm just waiting on Denise.
Our zoning attorney had a question. Always answer your attorneys. There's a rule in
Absolutely.
life.
I agree with that. I first want to say to our resident, my neighbor, thank you for trailblazing this, because now I get to find out how to really put up a she shed for real. This information for planned community versus unplanned community, I'm learning the language. My colleague is an expert in planning and zoning down there. So in a situation where it's not a planned community, do we have a standard, a different standard for that particular residential area?
Well, this standard is really for the conventional suburban communities, not the planned communities.
Okay.
If it is the will of council that they want us to look at that, we can certainly do that. I would recommend that we do a great deal more community involvement, because most of our planned communities have HOAs, design standards, so we would have to really work with them to create a process that would take into account the unique nature of all of those developments. But this is specifically for those communities that are not part of a master plan or unique ordinance.
Well, good, that answers my question. She shed to 2025. So, thank you. I have no other questions or concerns. A community that is given autonomy is one of the strongest communities that grows effectively. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'd just like to say, for the record, when we're talking about planned communities, and when they go through planning and zoning and make it before us, I think this board has been quite active, even when they come in and stating that they only want to build a one-car garage. We have been active in saying, well, no, most houses have 2 cars, if not more. So I think we still have the opportunity, once those plans come before us, to add value to it versus taking away from it. So.
See-
I do have one point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We mentioned the percentage, so under section F that says if a residential lot is at least 100 feet wide at the rear or side property lines, are we striking out that statement that says 2 portable use structures and implementing 30% of the principal structure? Is that the will of council?
Is that your recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a motion already on the floor, correct, in second, and so my question is, would you,
Substitute?
Ms. Hudson, would you actually amend your motion to, amend your motion, say, the motion is stated with the amendment, state that again, what you just said, so. wanna
Under
make sure it's
section F, if a residential zoning lot is at least 100 feet wide at the rear or side, residents will have up to 30% of the principal structure for a portable accessory structure.
Okay, is that
You want me to
acceptable?
say all that?
No, that's-
So
You can
move
just
with,
amend your motion to
amend the motion.
change item F and add 30% number. Yeah,
Okay.
Alphabet F and change it to 30% in the
Okay. I amend the motion
Okay.
to, recommended by staff,
Recommend that staff.
right, Item F, right, 30%. Y'all got that?
Do I need to second that again?
Yeah, because
Second.
This motion is made and probably second, Mr. Whitmore. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Congratulations, neighbor.
The next item is T5 Data Center Use Permit. Is a request for mayor and council approval of the use permit for the proposed data center with the enclosed conditions listed in the proposed ordinance. The request conforms with the future development map, which designates the site as industrial.
Hello again. The item before you is a use permit for a industrial zoning district. The applicant is requesting to construct a data center. A use permit is reviewed by council. The Planning and Zoning Commission had an opportunity to review the request and recommended approval with the conditions proposed by staff. One of the items that's sort of unique about this area, it is a industrial development surrounded by industrial developments. If we were to really look at which sites are most appropriate, having looked at the standards, our zoning district recommends industrial. Our future land use recommends industrial, and because of the nature and size of the development, we also looked at South Fulton because they're our neighbor. They have also designated the properties as industrial. The future land use designation is industrial for the development. The applicant has provided a site plan that shows the general layout. They've also provided some elevations to show what they've done in other communities and what they plan to do in Fairburn. They did conduct a public meeting, reached out to a lot of members of the public, and some of their concerns were related to how it would affect power, how much fiber would be installed, and how would it benefit the surrounding areas. They asked questions about health and public safety and construction traffic, all valid questions. The applicant did answer those questions and provided clarification. One of the things as it relates to a use permit is really the infrastructure question. That's one of my primary concerns because it is a standard and because data centers are fairly large in terms of size in some instances, but it's the equivalent of the best analogy I've seen is a hospital without the traffic, without the doctors, without the people, but the consumption is a great deal. The applicant did provide a letter from this Georgia Power and the City of Atlanta stating that they did or would be able to supply the developer. We have some recommendations just to ensure as the development, if it is approved, proceeds, there are quite a few things that we don't know without actually seeing full development plans. You usually see those at civil. After reviewing the standards in terms of protective screening, hours of operation, lighting, and making sure that it conforms to both our comprehensive plan and is also compatible with the surrounding development. We are recommending approval with quite a few conditions. One of those is staff comments related to transportation. One of the things that's unique about this is that our Public Works Department is already working on some road modification to bring that road up to standard. The other item we're recommending is that the parking must be paved. Once we see the finalized plans, if it's approved, there must be additional landscaping along public facing roads. We have also asked that the applicant, after provide an additional letter with the design showing the capacity and approval of the design, and the developer must combine all parcels. The developer must provide a security plan to be approved by public safety and construct a fence surrounding the area. And because there is a bit of an unknown, because we don't have the final plan, we're also recommending a condition that says required system upgrades to support the water and power system for the project will be at the developer/owner's expense. And also the applicant must have the finalized plans, including building elevations. They're all subject to Planning and Zoning Commission. Any questions for staff?
I'm gonna bring the item to the floor for a public hearing. Members of council, can I entertain a motion to open the public hearing for this item?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, If there's anyone here that wishes to speak in support of this item, would you please come forward? Come on, sir.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm David Varghese. I represent T5 Data Centers. So just to give you guys a quick overview about the T5 in general. So we are founded in 2008 in Atlanta, Georgia. And we essentially build data centers for customers providing AI and cloud services. Just to give you guys a little bit about T5, we are divided into 3 sectors. So we provide a full-scale developer. We also do construction services where we have a general contractor license. And then we also provide facilities management service. So we're kind of a life cycle development company. We typically do businesses with governmental entities, enterprise customers, and hyperscale customers. So just to give you a few examples, you know, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Bank of America, and so forth. And we're really excited to be here, potentially performing this project. Like I stated in the renderings earlier, you know, we typically provide a very secure site. Traffic is not a concern. And then we're also very aesthetically pleasing compared to a typical industrial area. So we're looking forward to building here and continuing this partnership with Fairburn. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in support of this item? Please come forward. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition of this item? Please come forward. Come on, sir.
Man, I appreciate the opportunity to talk so much. I'm opposed to this data center because yesterday in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution was an editorial article from a former public service commissioner who is now retired saying that taxpayers are going to have to foot the bill for these data centers because there will be, on average, a $45 per month increase because Georgia Power has to build 2 new gas turbine generators to support the energy requirement. The new Vogtle nuclear power plant has already maxed out. And that, as you know, we already have water. I heard that they're responsible for fixing the sewer. And even though it's in an industrial section, eventually what happens because of the rate of cost for electricity to run a data center is at a rate of 3%. And with taxpayers, it's 36%. So eventually the build out for Georgia Power new turbines is going to cost the taxpayers. And that's the reason I'm opposed.
You know, anyone else here wish to come and speak in opposition? Seeing none. Members of council, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Public hearing is closed. Now, members of council, you have before you, item number 3, a T5 data center use permit. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second. Is that to approve with the conditions?
Is there a motion to restate your motion, sir, if you don't mind?
Motion to approve with
With conditions.
Motion's been made and properly second. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Vargas, can you come back to the podium, please? And Tom, Electrical Department. So it's my understanding that this is going to be fully powered by Georgia Power, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding that if Georgia Power is taking on this project, is there any implication for our citizens with this type of project through Georgia Power? Increased financial responsibility as stated by the gentleman.
No, sir. It would be handled through Municipal Electrical Authority of Georgia, who purchases power from Georgia Power at a reduced rate.
Right. And let's talk about Vogel for a second. A couple of us went and toured Vogel a couple of years ago. So Vogel 4 is up and running. That's true. The city of Fairburn is going to get X amount of power from Vogel 4. Is that correct?
Yes, there will be a percentage of it that is split up through the other MEAG cities, yes.
Okay. And once that power is generated and we get our portion, if we cannot use or sell it to a customer, we pay money for that. Is that correct? Let me state it differently. By getting power from Vogel, nuclear power plant, we have a responsibility once we already signed the contract. We have so much power that's coming to the city of Fairburn. We have a responsibility to make sure that that power is going out to customers, correct? We also have an opportunity that if we cannot use all that power, we can sell that excess power to other municipalities. Is that correct?
That is correct. We can sell blocks of power to other municipalities in their need.
Okay, so even in that scenario, is it even conceivable to think that any additional charges would be put upon our citizens as long as we are doing our part of making sure that that power is used?
No, there would be no impact.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, yeah, and I know data centers is new and, well, new to this city, let's just say. And you already indicated that you had built a couple already, I think. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir. We've found it in Atlanta. We've built a few, and we're actually in one in active construction in Douglasville.
In Douglasville? Okay. You're going to use a lot of power.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to use a lot of water.
No, sir. So our typical prototype is a closed loop system. So it typically it's functioning with air-cooled chillers. So once our system is loaded, you do the initial flush, and then it's basically circulating
Recycle.
water that is inside it. So certain developments use water-cooled chillers, which causes high demand, but we're not going to be utilizing any more water than an average commercial warehouse.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Yes. So, Mr. Vargas, could you, what is a data center? Why are we building it? What's the need for it? What is consumer demand for it? Why do we need data centers?
Yes, so the easiest way for me to explain it, if you have a phone and if you have Google Photos or Apple iPhone, you need your photos to go save somewhere. So it's called a cloud. It doesn't magically just save on your phone. There's continued demand to go save stuff ongoing. And then there's also AI applications that are trending upwards. There's ChatGPT, which utilizes a lot of power. There needs to be areas to save all this document. So data center is basically a giant server warehouse which captures data and saves it in those particular locations so that everyone can access their phones, their computers, and any application in general. In terms of demand, there's greater and greater demand ongoing because everyone is saving more and more stuff as time goes by. Currently, the great things about data center is the vacancy is about 1% on data centers. So
What do you mean by vacancy?
in terms of there's always customers in a data center. And compared to, whenever you're talking about COVID, there was a downstream in terms of office, for example. It went, the vacancy was higher, so offices, there was no one renting out offices, so it goes out of business. Data centers does not have that problem because the demand is kind of a hockey stick. It just kind of goes up, and then it's going straight up, and there is no end in sight.
Okay. So data centers are being driven by the demand we are commanding because of cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, it's basically demanded by everything in terms of the web, the cloud, yes.
So how do you, who's your, and I don't know if this is the right language or not, but how do you access the internet or the broadband? Who provides that for you? Do you create that yourself? Help me to
Yes, so
understand
there's
that.
typically, it's all fiber interconnects, so there's going to be like Verizon or an AT&T that's providing all these fiber access, and then there's going to be servers that is basically where it's saved in terms of the servers. So like Amazon, for an example, they essentially build out these data centers, and they have customers that say, hey, I am Google, I need X amount of space to go save all this data in there, and then they go lease it out.
And have you negotiated that contract?
No, that is currently in the process right now, is pending the special use permit and approval.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
climate change is a big issue. And when it centers around data centers, you know that research is talking about the negative impacts of data centers have on climate. Tell me how this data center will work to ensure you combat those issues. For example, climate change with water usage for cooling systems that can strain local water resources. We know that you're not going to get water from us, correct? But the impact, it could have a subliminal impact, or it can have a significant impact that in the generation of electric waste. But it sounds like to me also that my colleague said that we got enough power, we can sell y'all some power too. Is that correct? Is that how that work or no?
It's via Georgia Power, yes.
It's via Georgia Power, okay, just want to know. But I am concerned about climate, the impact, the negative impacts on climate. I mean, there's a lot of research out there, and that's an issue. So how is this company going to combat those known issues?
Right, so I think kind of what I stated earlier, so we're with the climate in mind, we're actively adapting air-cooled chillers, which minimizes water usage. Everything else that we can do is, we have a full-on design team that is looking at the benefit in terms of the performance of each equipment that we're ordering meets certain standards to make sure that we're complying with the sustainability efforts. And then in terms of interior finishes and so forth, we're looking at products that have finishes that meet certain requirements that are sustainability focused.
This application is for 1 or 2 data centers.
It's for 2 data centers that combining to roughly shy of 500,000 square feet.
Okay, so what's the need for 2 over 1?
It's like, as stated earlier, there's so much demand for data centers, which is driving it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitmore.
Ms. Brookins? Now, I see here where they had the public that came out and they asked questions, and I see here where the applicant has responded to those. Can you give this board some insight on what transpired in planning and zoning with this item?
Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval.
They did recommend approval? Okay. And can you kind of talk about the, let me find that page. So here, I see 5 questions that was actually asked. How will the site affect power? How much fiber will be installed with the project? What route will the construction traffic take in and out of the site? And will local contractors be able to bid? And any health problems associated with the proposed facility? And all those answers are outlined, but would you just state it for the record so the general public can hear, please?
Yes. So the general public during the neighborhood meeting scheduled on September 3rd asked questions about power, fiber, route for construction, local contractors being able to bid, any health problems associated with that. The applicant responded with Georgia Power has stated that they have an abundance of power in the area of the proposed site and that the site will not affect power in the surrounding areas. 2 or 3 fiber providers will likely lay new fiber to support the project, with a possible total of 5 to 6 providers serving the proposed facility. Neighbors will likely have new service options becoming available to them. Construction traffic will take a proper route to and from the site via Highway 29. Local contractors will be allowed and encouraged to bid on the project. There are no health risks associated with normal operations of a data center facility. Emissions via the emergency generator will comply with EPD air quality standards.
Okay, and as my colleague during her questioning was alluding to whether or not there would be any health implications for a data center, and I think that response was, sir?
Repeat that question one more time, sir.
As my colleague was questioning you in reference to health, the environment, and so on and so forth, and your answer was because of the enclosed chillers, which is reusable water.
That's right, it's air-cooled chillers.
Air-cooled chillers, and then with the power coming in from Georgia Power, and unfortunately, understanding the way the map lays out electricity for the state, unfortunately, that location just happens to be in Georgia Power's district.
Yes.
Where we can't come in unless you decide to do something a little differently where we could, right?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I have one follow-up.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
A resident did ask a question about competitive bidding, of being able to bid. Did I miss? Was that answered? Okay, you want to give me a quick, because it's a lot.
It's not one of the standards for
Okay.
use permit, but for the purposes of clarity, the applicant mentioned that they would encourage, but we cannot require it because it's not one of the standards.
I get that. I just want to make sure that we highlight that and that the residents know what Fairburn's procurement process is, that local contractors being able to have fair opportunity. I know we cannot put that restriction, but as you are aware, this is a stickler for me when it comes to local participation and making sure that our residents who are entrepreneurs, because my vision for Fairburn is an entrepreneurship city, have that buy-in as well. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I fully noted. We are a local company and we value community outreach, and I can commit to us having a community outreach program before we start bidding to make sure that we have engagement and getting gauges on what everyone will do so we can get the right vendors and the contractors involved in the bidding processes.
So you do have a plan to continuously, through the phase, to continuously engage the community?
Yes, we will, we can coordinate with Ms. Boykins in terms of coordinating a community outreach program of some sort.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions, members of council? Well, the questions I had actually in this case dealt with the D-cell lane in Gillette Road, but I think you can just speak a little bit about that. I mean, that's what I was looking at, the impacted traffic.
Yes, not to steal any of Lester's thunder, but he is, as always, on the job when it comes to transportation. He has looked at the area and he has been actively working with the applicant, and they're aware of his expectations.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Next item is a vital rezoning and concurrence variance. This is a request for mayor and council approval of the concurrent variance and the rezoning request with the enclosed conditions listed in the proposed ordinance. The rezoning request conforms with the future development map, which designates the site as highway mixed use.
Okay. You want to explain what we're looking at first?
Yes. The applicant is requesting to rezone the parcel from C2 to planned development. The applicant is requesting approval to develop a master plan community with 284 units of multifamily development, residential amenities, 7,000 square feet commercial component that would be divided into two tenant spaces, and the applicant is also requesting a concurrent variance. Just to give everybody context, this is located off of 74. The applicant has provided elevations. We looked at the future land use designation, and it does conform to some of the language in the comprehensive plan. The applicant provided design inspirations and elevations so that you can see what the intent is. According to our rezoning standards, some of the things that are important is conformance to the comprehensive plan. The applicant did provide a traffic study so that we would understand sort of the impact. The comprehensive plan calls for, in the highway mixed-use area, apartments, commercial, planned areas. PD is a part of that. It is staff's opinion that because of its conformance with the future land use designation, that we are recommending approval with a number of conditions. One of our concerns, as you know, we've had an influx of development interest along 74, which is why we did that market study to make sure that we had stability in the market, and all of the pending developments were reviewed as a part of that. We have a laundry list of items that we wanted each applicant to look at, and for the most part, the applicant did not have any issues with those standards, specifically making sure that there is a commercial component, because residents have been asking for things like restaurants and different amenity areas to be able to go to. We also want to make sure that any traffic improvements or infrastructure requirements would be on the developers as a condition, so that as we get further along, if this is approved and they provide civil plans, if our utility department has any recommendations or our traffic department has any recommendations, when they see the finalized plans, that they would have an opportunity to work with the applicant to make sure that our system is upgraded to meet that demand. The other item, we have design standards, just making sure that the applicant is not able to construct more than 50% of the development without giving that 7,000% of commercial tenant space. So they have to actually have that space available for a tenant before they would be able to continue on with the other requested number of units. In terms of the items that I think are really important, prohibited uses, as we've learned from other planned development, being very transparent about the things that you don't want in sort of a walkable area. Things like gas stations, drive-through restaurants, automotive repair and maintenance would be strictly prohibited. And also the applicant would be required, when they have the finalized site plan and building elevations, to go back to Planning and Zoning Commission to make sure that it is in compliance.
Okay. At this time, let me open the public hearing. Members of council, can I entertain a motion to open a public hearing for this item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, would you please, if anyone here that wishes to speak in support of the item, please come forward. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Avery and City Council members. My name is Harold Buckley, 2849 Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Vita Companies, which is the applicant in this case, which is proposing the multifamily residential development that Director Brookings has described. Now, Ms. Brookings has done a great job of summarizing the development and the analysis and everything else that goes along with that. So my presentation will be very brief. I really just want to make 3 points. Point 1 will be about the quality of the development. Point 2 will be about traffic and infrastructure sufficiency. And point 3 will be just 3, revisions that we're looking at to the conditions, which we have already discussed with Director Brookings. As you can see from the Google image on the screen, downward that blue circle with the white circle in the middle, that's where our site is. We are right near the intersection of Landrum Drive and Sonoy Road. Excuse me. To the south of our site, you have some commercial, but then it gets more residential. As you go north from the site, You go through a commercial area with lots of restaurants, a couple of hotels, and some other commercial businesses on your way to the interchange to I-85. So I just wanted to give you some context. Going west on Landrum Drive, you also get into more single-family residential areas. This is our development plan. We are proposing 2 buildings, with the building at the bottom of your screen being the one that has the commercial component in it. Our site would be accessed by a right-in, right-out from Sonoy Road and a full access driveway from Landrum. We would actually share the existing access with the development next door, which is the Beverage World package store. So that is where we are. Now, as I mentioned, when people hear a proposal for apartments, they immediately are concerned about quality and they're concerned about traffic. So you can see on this slide the design language that we're looking at, because we're not talking about putting up a plain development with bare walls, as you may have seen in some other places, certainly not in Fairburn, but in other places. By contrast, what VITA does is they use some design techniques to build aesthetic quality into their developments. The first thing they do is building articulation, and that's just offsetting the walls to the building a little bit to break up that just flat blank wall. They also use a range of materials to provide visual interest. They use a lot of glass. I know it's hard to see on that screen, but if you look at some of those images, the mullions in the windows are very intricate. That adds more visual interest. And they also use a number of balconies to provide visual interest to their developments. So this is sort of our design vision board, if you will. This is an elevation to the building at the bottom of the site plan, so the one with the commercial component. You would be looking at that building from Sonoy Road. The shorter element in the middle is where the community amenities would go, and also the 7,000 square feet of non-residential space. We are targeting restaurants, coffee shops, and other similar uses for that space. And then the taller elements on either side, sort of the wings, are the residential component of the development. And you see the use of the gabled and pitched roofs to provide interest. You can see the intricate mullions in the windows to provide more interest. This is that back building toward Landrum. In addition to the other elements, you see the balconies, generous use of balconies to provide exterior interest. The building materials, the cladding materials, will be hardy plank and hardy board primarily, with brick accents. So that is what we're proposing in terms of aesthetic quality. Looking at traffic and infrastructure, we did do some research with the Georgia DOT. The Georgia DOT has finished the design and has actually authorized the commencement of improvements to Sonoy Road. This image that you see is actually from the DOT materials. What they plan to do is rework that interchange with I-85. My understanding is with a diverging diamond. You may know better than I do. And then from 85, literally all the way down to Landrum, they plan to widen Sonoy Road. So that is going to provide more than enough capacity to absorb any additional traffic from our development. We have also submitted a traffic study, as Director Brookins has said, and our traffic engineers have determined that what we are building here will have negligible impacts on traffic, particularly with these upgrades that are in the pipeline for Sonoy Road. Excuse me. And John Karnowski is here from our traffic engineering consultant. He can speak to traffic in much more detail than I can if you have any questions. And then finally, on the conditions, We just have three modifications that we have discussed with Director Brookins. The first one would be on page 9, condition number 7, where it says, basically, we have to have 4 EV charging stations before we can receive any commercial certificate of occupancy. Because of the sequencing of inspections and COs and things like that, and when those spaces go in, we have asked that that be revised to say that we cannot have a final CO before we have put in those spaces. It would still go in before the development is finished, but it would allow us to at least get to the end point of the construction process. Further down on that page on the table, it says maximum building height would be restricted to 4 stories and 48 feet. Our development is proposed at 4 stories, but if it's limited to 48 feet, we would have to have a flat roof instead of a pitched and gable roof. And we think that that would be a lower quality appearance for our development. So we ask that that be changed to 60 feet. And then finally, on the next page, condition number 1, as Director Brookins said, her intent is to prevent us from having more of our apartments than half before we're required to put in that commercial component. The way the condition was written, it sounded like it was requiring us to have 14,000 square feet of commercial space instead of the 7 that we proposed. So we asked if that might be amended to say, to ensure a mix of uses, once the city has issued certificates of occupancy for 140 residential units, the city shall not issue any permits for additional residential units until shell construction, but not tenant space build-out, is completed on 7,000 square feet of commercial tenant space. So with that, that is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there anyone else here that wish to speak in support of this item?
Hello, my name is Rich Taylor. My partner, John. We're entrepreneurs, small business owners. Right across the street, we own Swing Mini Golf.
Correct.
And, you know, for this development to come right across the street, I think it would be great for us, along as well as great for other small businesses in that area. So, you know, when you guys are making this decision, you know, think about the small businesses that would benefit from having development like this across the street, just in that area in general. The plans, they look good, and we just want to express our support for the project.
All right, sir. Anyone else here that wishes to speak in support of the item? Seeing none. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition of this item? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion to, I'd like to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, members of council, the item is actually technically already brought to the floor. Do I have any questions by, if I'm correct, the item was brought to the floor, correct? It wasn't? Okay. Then is there a motion for in this body to approve?
With conditions?
With conditions. Is there a motion to approve?
Y'all want me to get a motion on that one too? Okay, I move, I move to approve, look, what am I saying now? Madam Clerk, I move to approve, motion to approve the item number, what's that? Number 4, the planning and concurrent variances, is that correct?
Rezoning and concurrent variance, yes.
Zoning and concurrent variances.
With conditions.
With conditions.
Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Hold on.
Discussion?
Yes, I'm glad she said that because I actually wanted to hear from the attorney.
Okay. Can we do that?
How do we do this?
Well, before I bring the item to the floor, do you want to speak to the speak to it in this case? I'd like for you to speak. And, yeah, yes, ma'am. Oh, ma'am. People on virtual can't see you.
Just basically wanted to confirm whether or not council wanted to incorporate the suggested conditions by the applicant, or if council wants to go with the recommended conditions by staff. That is within your legislative discretion. If you want to do either or, it's just up to council if you want to incorporate the changes that the applicant has requested.
Well, the applicant has stated that this will make it a more quality of a development and not restrictive, right?
Correct.
Right, in terms of the condition that he was asking from 48 feet in height to 60 feet, so that the roof line would not be,
Flat.
according to what he's saying, flat, but it would be more elevated. So that's more of a judgment
Aesthetic.
call in terms of how you all want to incorporate that condition. And I think Mr. Buckley also had a third condition that I wasn't quite sure with the language. He may need to, I don't know if council.
Can you state that and then let's get it clarified?
He had one to deal with the car fueling of the charging stations as well as.
Final
third one.
occupancy.
Yeah,
of
he had 3 of them.
Go ahead, okay. I was trying to make sure his third condition is clear by the city attorney.
What question though, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, question, Attorney.
And I'll come to
So there's a motion on the floor, but we want to discuss those conditions. So the motion,
It's actually
we don't want to
not a
accept
motion.
the motion that's on the floor.
It's
So
not.
how do we
Hold
do
on.
that?
Ma'am, there's
motion on
no
the
motion on the floor,
Okay, all right then.
and I'm holding that so until we
Okay.
get clarification.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitmore, you had a question that I think will help us.
So just a comment in reference to the 48 feet versus 60 feet, the raised roof. I personally don't see a problem with that because it's going to add aesthetically when you're driving by. That's number one. Number two, just to understand item number 8 under the general requirements, a minimum of 4 alternative fuel vehicles charging stations shall be provided on their property by the developer prior to the issuance of any commercial certificate of occupancy. And the developer, or rather the attorney representing the developer, is stating what now?
They stated that they wanted to wait until final CO for that condition.
But this is being built in phases too, is that correct?
That's for the applicant to answer. I don't know.
Trevor Kurecki is here from the Vita Companies, and he can speak to the sequencing. But basically what we're saying is that as we move forward with construction, the last thing that we put in is the final top on the parking lot and the charging stations. So, as we move forward with our inspections and getting our certificates of occupancy, we wouldn't want to have to put those in only to have them kind of torn up during construction of the first phase. So we're asking if the condition can be modified to make it clear that we cannot have a final certificate of occupancy for the first phase until those 4 spaces are in.
So, yes, I need to hear from him. So, sir, I think you're going to understand what I'm getting ready to ask you. You're doing this in phases, right? So you have phase 1 and phase 2, I think, is what I understand.
Sir.
Okay, so during phase 1, okay, I think what staff is saying that they're looking for those, a minimum of 4 alternative fuel charging stations to be there. Because phase 1, you're going to be getting COs. Is that correct?
Yes, so for phase 1, we'll get COs. Oh, I apologize. Trevor Kurecki from Vita Development, 1270 Spring Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, so you're going to be getting COs.
Yes.
So those occupants in the first phase may have electric vehicles.
Right.
So I'm not sure, I didn't see it on your diagram of where the electric charging stations were going to be, but that should be part of what staff was recommending be done so that it's available. I hear what the attorney is saying, but we just have a project right now on Verlin B. Smith where they put the playground and everything in before they even started building houses.
Right.
All right, and it's not destroyed. So I kind of disagree with the attorney there publicly, you understand. But I think that this still could be done the way staff is recommending it, because you're going to have occupants in that first phase.
Right. No, and we completely understand, and obviously our goal is to have the electronic vehicle stations in there as soon as possible, just the way that with construction phasing going along with the horizontal aspect of it, when we have first units, the designated area that we want to have the electronic vehicle charging stations might not be completely ready with the conduit, and we just want to make sure that we're able to get residents moved in as quickly as possible in case there would say there's a delay with an EV charging station getting installed, or if there's damage from construction traffic. So it was our idea here that before we have final CO coming in, we'll put in we'll have the EV charging stations installed. We're actually going to have conduit in there for the ability to add additional EV charging stations later on as well. So I can completely agree with your point. I think it was just more of a logistical, because I worked on projects in the past where we started installing it, and then just with the heavy, with the final topping of the asphalt that doesn't come on until the very end of the project, and with heavy trucks coming in, we just want to make sure that they're not getting damaged and further delaying that coming in.
Would you agree that with that isolated, designated area for EV charging stations, that it could be constructed, conduit, everything installed and blocked off so that trucks won't go over there and damage it?
I would say yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
based upon your answer,
Yes.
you're kind of coming down my street now.
Of course, yes.
All right, because I think by waiting until the tail end of it, it's a disservice to those that are moving in
Sure.
that want to charge their vehicles.
Yes, sir.
It's not as if they're going to have garages with a charging station inside the garage. It's going to be outside.
Yes, sir.
And on top of that, these are going to be fast chargers.
They'll be the fast chargers. It's so funny. They're gonna be top of the market. Let's say in like a year or two from now, there'll be new models coming out. So we want to make sure that we're providing the best for our residents.
Okay, thank you. But, so, in light of that conversation, I think that item number 8 should remain as staff has placed it in the general requirements for Part 1,
Okay, so,
in my opinion.
is there any, well, I'm sorry, anybody? Go ahead, you had a question.
Yes, so I want to talk about the request for lifting the height restriction. I'm in agreement with that request, given the design that you have proposed. But what I wanted to ask Ms. Brookins is, and this is a question that I've asked numerous times, whether we, the city of Fairburn, have on the books height restrictions, because I thought we did not, that only in the downtown overlay, because it's a historic, that we have the height restriction, but not other parts of the city. So was I mistaken about that?
There are height restrictions in every zoning district.
Okay.
In the downtown mixed-use zoning district, in that overlay district, it is council's discretion to approve something higher.
Okay, so Highway 74 has its own overlay district, and it falls in the category of at council's discretion.
I believe it's the downtown mixed-use Highway 29 overlay district that has the downtown mixed-use. The Highway 74 zoning district, overlay district is different, but this would create its own separate ordinance specifically for this development.
Okay, so do we have on the books right now a height restriction for Highway 74 overlay district?
Not in the overlay district, in the zoning district, there's a height restriction.
Okay, the zoning, remind me of the difference.
So in the C2 zoning district, there is a height restriction. In the overlay district, there are more design standards and prohibited uses. Specifically for planned developments, it says 48 feet, but subject to approval by the fire marshal. So the fire marshal has the discretion to approve higher.
Okay, so, this is one development that's coming in, but if another comes in, we would have to have the same discussion about height restriction variance, if they were requesting it?
If another applicant came in and asked for a master plan development, then all of it would be subject to city council because it's a master plan development. So the design standards, every part of that ordinance would be subject to your approval. But there are projects that if somebody came in and there was no overlay district, we would still have the height restriction that's in the base zoning. Now, if somebody wanted to go higher than that, they would have to ask for a variance.
I see, okay. All right, well, thank you for that information, but that's a discussion I'd like to have at some future date, because at some point, we're going to run out of land, and we need to be intentional about, building heights and, the fact that we can go up, but we won't be able to go out. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because of the request, but I wholeheartedly support that request. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore, you had another question?
Ms. Brookins? So I'm looking at page 8. Never mind, disregard that part of it. So, yes, no, it's a comment. You can sit down, let's go. So, I agree by having this type of development is going to help with many of our businesses. As we all know, a lot of our businesses are struggling somewhat. You have Rebellos, you have the golf area, you have just things right there on that corridor within itself that the influx is really going to assist with economic development. So other than the things that we have already talked about, I think that item 8 should remain as is. I don't have a problem with department standards, development standards part 2, going from 48 to 60, which is 12 feet. And I can't remember what that third one was.
Okay, so.
That's number 8.
What number for the third one?
It's under Part 3, Standards Residential Buildings, the very first condition. As written, it says, to ensure a mix of uses for every 140 residential units, there shall be 7,000 square feet of commercial tenant space. We're proposing 280 units and 7,000 square feet of commercial. The way this is written makes it sound like we're required to have 14,000. So in order to clarify that, what we asked was whether that condition could read, to ensure a mix of uses, once the city has issued COs for 140 units, the city shall not issue any permits for additional units until construction, but not tenant space completion, is completed on 7,000 square feet of commercial tenant space. We think that what that stands for is the proposition that we do phase 1, we can't do anything else unless that phase 1 has that 7,000 square feet of commercial that we promised you. So that's what we're asking, is to just make it clear that we're not required to do 14,000 square feet of commercial space.
Okay. I guess in this case, Mr. Whitmore, you want to make the motion?
Amen.
Ms. Brookins, just a question, Mayor. So what the attorney just spoke about,
Yes, it makes sense.
okay.
Okay. Okay, so.
The goal is,
So part 3, number 1, you good with?
yeah, we just want to make sure that we get the residential with the commercial, and that language does make sense.
Okay.
And Part 8 remaining the same as his, sir.
Correct.
So in this case, I guess in this case, I need to get a proper motion.
The elevation from 48 feet to 60 feet.
Okay.
I got a part of a motion over here. I
Okay,
need to
go ahead.
include this other part.
Go ahead, Ms.
I don't know how to say all that Mr. Buckley said. I
I
can,
make a motion.
okay.
I make a motion that item 8 under general requirements remain as is, as staff has put it in. Also, Part 2, development standards for the height, which is currently reading 1 to 4 stories at 48 feet, change that to a raised 60 feet. And the third being all that the attorney said, which is
So the motion used to be to approve the rezoning first.
approve the rezoning, the concurrence, variance,
Variances, right?
with the additional conditions, which is all the conditions in Part 1 general, that stays the same. The only change is going to be Part 2 development standards, the height going from 48 feet to 60 feet. And the other would be to ensure that they meet the requirements of the 7,000 feet towards the end by CO. Is that correct?
Accept the proposed language.
Right, or like, yeah, that's better.
Is there, is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
We're had it. Whew. The next item is 224 Sonoya Road. This is request for mayor and council approval of the rezoning request for the subject parcel located at 224 Sonoya Road. And you got it, Denise.
Okay, the applicant is requesting to rezone the parcel from R3 to Office Institutional Zoning District. The proposed zoning district does conform to the Town Center Mixed-Use Zoning District. We have reviewed the standards for rezoning. Staff recommends approval so that the applicant can, he intends to do like a real estate office, and he would be required to make sure that that building is up to code, but staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning.
Okay. Members of council, I'd like to entertain a motion to open the public hearing for the 224 Sonoya Road. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, we'd like to entertain anyone here that wishes to speak in support of this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Kyle Gable, 9250 Cedar Grove Road, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. Purchased the house on the right, looks like got a yellow door from Landmark in July. Small house with 0.50 acres. The property shares a driveway, as you can see, with Landmark right now that still owns that building. It is zoned. O&I and the school uses it as its maintenance department. I've been in the Fairburn community since 1993 when I started going to Landmark. My kids go to school over there. I coach football. Like I said, I've really never left the Fairburn community since 1993. So I'm looking to rezone this property to O&I for the purpose of making it a small office for my real estate land company. It's Pioneer Land Group. We're a small land brokerage firm. It's myself, an assistant that I hired in July, and then an agent that lives in Carrollton. The home is currently a 2-bed, 1-bath house. As Ms. Brooking brought up, I will be bringing it up to code with basically handicap accessibility in the rear, and then also making the bathroom. We held one public meeting in which one person attended. The person actually thought it was for another property, so she wished me good luck, and we ended the call. There's not going to be hardly any traffic different than what's in a normal house, because most of the meetings that I have were held at the landowner's property, and the majority of the time it will be just me and my assistant at the building. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has in the meantime.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in support of this item? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition of this item? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Can I entertain a motion, in this case, the approval of 224 Senoria Road rezoning?
Motion to approve.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. Any questions or comments by council?
Just one question. Is the house currently empty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long has it been empty?
July,
July, okay. And you purchased it when?
July.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Welcome.
Next item is KB Development. Is a request for mayor and council to table the item until January 27, 2024 for a public meeting.
Yes.
Oh, 25, yep, 24 on here, but 25.
Hey, they missed that boat.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we are requesting to table the item. Members of the public, the HOA president, they're all requesting some additional time to learn more about the project, to give additional feedback. So we are recommending that the item be tabled until the second meeting in January.
Ms. City Attorney, just to make sure I'm do we have to still open the public hearing for the item?
No, since this one is being tabled, just go ahead and make a motion to table.
Okay. Members of council for KD Development, rezoning and various, can I entertain a motion to table?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carried.
Do
Hold on for a minute.
we have a quorum?
Do I? Yeah, I still have a quorum. It's 4 of us.
Motion
she
to
didn't
table
vote?
January the 20th.
Hold on for a minute, Ms. Clerk. I'm just trying to make sure I'm in order. Because it's still four council, a total of 4 is a quorum.
Including yourself, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Or do we have to wait until she comes back?
You have a quorum.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you have a majority of the council members that are in attendance. So 3 of the 4 council members constitutes a quorum.
Okay.
And the mayor would vote if there were a tie. But
Okay.
in this case, there isn't one.
Okay.
Okay, so the majority rules. That motion carries. Okay.
Next item is a public safety building project lease.
Hi there. My name is Lori Schwartz. I'm from the law firm Squire Patton Boggs, and I'm the City of Fairburn's Bond and Disclosure Counsel. One of the anticipated financings that's also being proposed later on in the agenda involves the public safety building complex and building it with certificates of participation. Part of the statutory requirements of utilizing that type of financing is to hold a public hearing to allow people to, come forth in support or opposition of the project. So this hearing was requested to comply with that statutory requirement ahead of financing.
Okay, so in this case, I actually open a public hearing just like a regular? Okay, gotcha. At this time, members of council, can I entertain a motion to open a public hearing for item number 7?
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Members of the public, if there's anyone here that wishes to speak in support of the item number 7, the public safety building project lease, please come forward. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition of the item? Seeing none, members of council, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Members of the council, you have before your public safety building project lease. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a minute. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Mayor, the documents related to the public safety project lease will be approved in a later agenda item.
Oh, okay, so,
So we're finished with the public hearing. You
Okay.
can move on to the next agenda item.
okay. Next item will be number 8.
The next item is a resolution setting the qualifying fees for the 2025 general election. It is a request for mayor and council approval of the resolution setting the qualifying fees for 2025 general election. The fees are 3% of the current salary of the mayor and city council For mayor, the qualifying fee is $810, and city council is $405.
Members of council, you have before your resolution setting the qualifying fees for the 2025 general election. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments by council? Go ahead, sir.
Where do these fees go, Madam Clerk?
Where do they go?
What are the fees used towards?
They just go into general fund.
On the general fund?
Any other questions?
No, we're up to code. I mean, it's according to Georgia law, and we did get a raise, and so based off of that, I know, okay.
I just asked a question.
Okay, cool.
And also,
Go ahead, ma'am. You
also
got-
to remind us that we have to pay Fulton County for running our elections. So, those funds come out of the general fund, so that helps support that.
Any other comments by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is ordinance to amend city's defined benefit retirement plan. It's a monthly benefit for elected officials. It is a request for mayor and council approval of an ordinance authorizing the amendment of the City of Fairburn, Georgia Municipal Electric Benefit System defined benefit retirement plan to increase the monthly normal retirement benefit for elected and appointed members of the governing authority.
You want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. The city is committed to providing an effective and competitive compensation package. And with this being said, the city understands that an equitable defined benefit plan for our elected officials, it attracts qualified candidates for public service, and it also impacts public decisions. Currently, the city's monthly benefit plan for our elected officials total about $48 per month per year of service. We are looking to improve our compensation strategy, so we are requesting approval to move the $48 per month per year of service to $100 per month per year of service. Currently, the city funds the defined benefit plan through utilizing our city's general fund. This increase would have a budgetary impact of only about 0.66% of our payroll, totaling less than $50,000, but this would not be effective until FY26. We'll take any questions that you have.
I'm going to bring the item to the floor first. Members of council, you have the item number 9 that was read by the city clerk. Is there a motion to approve or a motion?
So moved.
So, okay, motion to approve.
Second.
This motion is made and properly second. Any questions by council?
Was that Councilman Whitmore?
No, that was actually Ms. Jones made the motion and then second by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any questions by council?
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
So she said that we're moving from $48 a month to $100. This is the standard for council and all employees to be on the same, or this is for council?
This is only for our elected officials, yes, ma'am.
Is this 48 to 100, is this the standard? And where did we get to 100? That nearly doubled.
So my name is Josh Colley. I'm with the Georgia Municipal Association. I'm one of the field reps for our retirement department. So your question about did you ask when it was effective?
No, I see that it's going from $48 to $100 a month for elected officials. I just want to know, where did the $100 number come from? How did we get there?
So the city requested us to do the cost study at $100 per month for every year of service. I will say $100 is definitely a significant increase as far as it's doubling the benefit, but I would not say $100 is astronomically high as far as what we see kind of across the board for elected official benefits.
I got this. So this is what Georgia Municipal Association is doing across Georgia for all their members up under?
No, every
Fairburn.
city has a different plan, so it really is up to the city to determine.
So for Fairburn, how did we get from $48 to $100? What's pushing this? That's what I want to know. For Fairburn.
Would you yield for 1 second, Ms.?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, members of council, if you remember, this actually was a subject matter that came up during a retreat, and the majority, if I remember correctly, the majority of council actually requested that this actually be addressed.
Directed staff to look into this issue in partnership with Georgia Municipal Association and come back to council once we had consulted with Georgia Municipal Association. So that's how we arrived here. To the mayor's earlier point, it began as a discussion at the retreat this past spring, and the direction we received coming out of the retreat with staff was to work with GMA to see what the process would be, how we could move from 48 to 100, and we've done that work and come back as of this evening.
Well, thank you for doing that work. So I guess I will ask our council, why do we want to do the $100? Because this is Fairburn Pacific. I just need some feedback on there. And I do recall that, by the way. I was still brand new. But I want to know what is driving the move from $48 to $100 for us?
May I
Go ahead.
comment?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So the initial discussion came about when we were evaluating pay raises for all of the employees, including the pay raise for council. And the employees received increase in benefits or an increased compensation package, but the elected officials did not. And as was stated, $100 is still below what many other municipalities offer retired elected officials. And yes, it is double, but it's because we are starting from a low base. And in fact, when I came on board, we were at $13 per month, per year. So we're barely in the ballpark, but at least we are in the ballpark with other cities in providing a retirement benefit to elected officials once they reach a retirement age.
I completely support an increase, but I would definitely like to see what other cities had. I didn't see that. And I value the fact that we are moving in a direction to formalize where we need to be as a city, but I would like to have had something to compare that increase to. So it is doubling. And so if we are doubling it, are we competitive with what other cities have, or are we still below the standard?
I could pull the data if you gave me time and could report
Sure.
back within a week or so, but I would definitely say that $100 is more than competitive. It's probably definitely higher than average. But what we do see with, for example, for employees for pensions, it's based on a percentage of their income based on how long that they work. But for city council members, it is just a flat fee. And a lot of times what we see is what the councilwoman brought up is, you have that $13 benefit and then it just doesn't get touched. And then over the course of time, whereas an employee, it's increasing as they're getting compensation adjustments going forward. City council members don't benefit from that because it is a flat fee. So I think, just in my personal opinion, I'm not pushing this. This is all stems from the city, but $100 would be it's very competitive at this point, and I think it would be very competitive in the future going forward until maybe, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years down the road if you guys wanted to revisit that. But I think it sets a good precedent at this point.
Just one other quick thing. The other thing that we did not look at anything at the time when we transitioned our city employees, where we amended our plan going from 7 years to a 5-year. So we're now coming back looking at elected officials' benefit and enhancing that to where you all are automatically vested, but again, moving your benefit from $48 to $100 per month per year service.
Any other questions by council?
He just said we are above average. So if we are above average, then we need to tailor that down. If we have to come back at a later time, yes, but going double, I think it's more responsible to go with the average, and that puts us where we need to be, than going above. that's just my thoughts. I'm for an increase, but doubling it, I don't know.
I will say one thing, and I would be more than happy to provide neighboring cities
Yes.
with their elected official benefits. But it is kind of hard to determine an average because every city is different. We cover cities from anywhere from, we'll take them with 10 or less employees up to the city of Augusta is our biggest city with 22,000 or 2,200 employees. So it is hard to compare apples to apples because of, you know, if you guys were a city of 20 employees instead of this 0.66 payroll increase, it might be a 3% payroll increase just because your payroll is much, much smaller. So I'm more than happy to provide future information kind of so you guys can compare local cities. But it is a little bit difficult to compare apples to apples just because every city's payroll is different, every city's employee base is different. So I'll provide that to you. But it is something that you'll have to read into more than just kind of averaging the numbers together.
And, Ms. Hudson, would you yield? You still have the floor.
Oh, I'm done right now.
Okay. Here's a question I was going to mention, members of council. As many of you know, my wife is actually an expert in this profession. It is not uncommon. Actually, you actually took the words that I was going to use, and that is, number one, the same way as, and I know because I spent a lot of time asking her questions about the different 401k, 403Bs, and all the different annuity accounts and what happened in summary, as he just stated. Those two cities are the same, and so there's so many different variables in efforts to try to get an apple to apple. And again, Ms. Hudson, that great observation as it relates to it being double. But in this case, like I said again, to try to find an apple to apple comparison, it would be almost virtually impossible, and for it to be what I call valid in this case. And so again, I know this only because of the volume of questions I've asked my wife, that's an expert in this area. So. Thank you so much. I just want to mention that.
Well, with that, Mayor, also, you know, no, we can't get apples to apples, but having some idea of the data and the trends does help. That really does.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. And so at that point, I can take a vote. Yes, Ms. Hudson, you indicated that you have a problem, want to hold it. I mean,
yeah,
are you making a substitute motion?
Yes, I would like to make a substitute motion to what we want, hold this until the next meeting, the next regular meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Close.
That motion carries. Okay. Next item.
The next item is Evergreen Final Plat. This request for mayor and council approval of the final plat for the Evergreen development.
Hello again. The applicant is requesting approval of the final plat for the Evergreen subdivision. If you recall, this development was approved, I believe, in 2022 with a number of conditions. They're limited to 73 single-family units. The front setback amenity package, most of it has been installed in terms of the walking trail, mail kiosk, open space, the picnic area, pergola, and the actual gazebos will be installed when the final plat is approved per our building official. If there are no questions, we have been working with both the general public because there were some concerns with making sure that all of the conditions were met and also making sure that the fence is installed per the site plan. But we will be working with both the general public and the developer to ensure all of that is done before any COs are issued. So staff is recommending approval of the final plat for the Evergreen subdivision.
Members of council, you have before you Evergreen final plat. Is there a motion? A motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second? That motion died. Okay, you second it? Okay.
Give me a second.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I saw something, I just want to verify.
Motion is dead.
I can bring it to the floor and then clarify your concern, but I need a second to bring it to the floor. Okay, I got a motion and a second by Mr. Whitmore. Mr. Whitmore, you have some questions regarding this?
I can't see this. it is too small, so I can't see any details.
Gotcha. Okay.
And even in the future, I would ask that be on paper larger than a regular size paper.
Okay.
Because with all this information compressed, it's just hard to make heads or tails of anything.
Okay.
For me, I like to really go through and look at it.
Okay.
And I'm having a issue even with my bifocals that's on the bottom. So it just makes it difficult for me, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you have some questions about it?
And ask questions because I couldn't see it.
Okay, so in this case, I have a motion on the, a motion on the floor to approve or disapprove or to hold.
I'd like to put a substitute motion in to hold this into the next meeting with more readable, expanded copy.
Is there a second?
Into it.
Second.
A motion, substitute motion has been made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Actually, I think they have something in the car.
Yeah, well, in this case,
Motion on
in this
the
case, a
floor. That's
motion on
point
the
of
floor. In this
order.
case, is already on the floor in this case. So, in this case, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oppose.
That motion fails, correct? In this case, 2-1, it fails. The motion fails, so in this case, item will be brought. So in this case, it was 2-1. The motion failed. So in this case, it'll come back to the next council meeting.
Then one of the council members went to the bathroom. So we can go back over the vote again.
Mr., okay, how does that,
We allow that, we could go
Hold-
ahead
hold on for a
and
minute.
get the copy from the car.
And we can also honor the motion of the
hold
council.
on 1 second, hold on, Ms. West, I'm trying to make sure the clerk, we follow proper protocol. In this case,
I didn't know anybody was out.
you didn't know he was, you didn't know he had stepped
He
away.
wasn't even
He had
here.
stepped away. And so, in this case, we took a vote to hold, in this case, a substitute motion to hold, and then it failed 2-1,
2-1.
because he had stepped away.
No, it passed 2 to 1.
I mean, it passed 2-1, excuse me,
Yeah.
to hold, 2-1.
So no issue then.
Okay, so let's move to the next item.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. The guy held, yes.
All right, the
Yes,
next
sir.
item, agreement with Power Pros Utility for electric infrastructure at the Ferndale subdivision Phase 2 development. Is a request for mayor and council approval to enter into an agreement with Power Pro Utility contractors to install the underground electrical infrastructure in Phase 2.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff recommends that the city of Fairburn enters into an agreement with the Power Pros Power Line Contractors to install the underground electric infrastructure for Phase 2 portion of the Ferndale neighborhood development. There will be no budget impact on the city. The developer will pay for all materials and installation directly to the vendors. The installation of the materials and infrastructure will be inspected and monitored by Electric Cities of Georgia Engineering, along with the City Electric Division, until completion. The City Electric Division will assume responsibility for the maintenance of the completed distribution infrastructure after the final plat has been issued to the developer by the Planning and Zoning Department. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay. Members of council, you have an agreement with Power Pros Utility for electric infrastructure. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion is made to approve and then second by Ms. Hudson. Any questions or comments by council? Okay, go ahead, sir.
So, Tom, this is in keeping with what we're doing on all new construction now. We're making sure that the wires are underground, electrical wires are underground versus on top.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Excuse me. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
The next
Next item.
item is a resolution approving amended fund balance policy. Is a request for mayor and council approval of the resolution amending the fund balance policy.
Good evening, Mayor
Good
and
evening.
Council. The item that's before you this evening is to amend the fund balance policy. During the budget approval process for fiscal year 2025, early September, you all voted to change the fund balance policy from 34% to 28.5%. 35% to 28.4%. At that particular time, the resolution was not completed, so we're now asking that you approve the resolution for the approval that you've already granted in September. Any questions?
Okay. Members of council, you have before your resolution approving amended fund balance policy. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Ms. Hudson. Any questions or comments by council?
Yes. Is that amendment for just this fiscal year, or it is, if approved, well, we've already approved it, that it would stay in place and we would have to vote to amend it again if we want to change the percent?
Councilwoman Portis Jones, the amendment reflects what was done for fiscal year 25 to reduce to 28.4. Thereafter, it automatically reverts to the previous level of 35% unless you come back and do a subsequent amendment of the fund balance.
Okay, and is that the language that's in the document? Okay,
Yes.
all right. Thank you.
Any other question?
Just comment, that's good to know, because I certainly didn't know that. Once we had that vote to reduce it from 35 to 28.4, I didn't know there was language in the original document that states it would automatically go back up the following year.
Mayor Pro Tem, there was no document that had any language in it, because the only thing that came before council was the reduction of the fund balance to 28.4. What we're doing today is documenting that reduction of 28.4. So the fund balance policy on the date that you made that reduction required a 35% fund balance. So the only thing that we did was document the reduction of 28.4. There was no mention of it staying at 28.4 past fiscal year 25.
Oh, I certainly understand it now, but that wasn't the presentation of how I understood it at that meeting. So I'm just stating for the record that when I voted, it was my understanding it was being reduced to 28.4, not knowing that it would automatically go back up the next year. So in essence, what I would assume would have been the correct thing is legal would have had the document changing everything versus just voting on what we voted upon. But I got it. We'll get it next year.
And with all due respect, Mayor Pro Tem, if it is this body's will to reduce the fund balance amount to 28.4, you can certainly vote in that manner. But what we documented was what was voted on that night.
And I understand what you're saying, and I'm just saying that that was not my understanding, but because it was not presented that way. And I can say this, there's been a practice where certain things are left out, where everything is not brought to the forefront, and that's a problem.
Oh. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Okay, so if you recall, we reduced the fund balance amount to the 28.4 so that we would not have to raise the millage rate. We also discussed at length the fact that we had that money available to us because we were judicious in establishing the 35%. So we have to have reserves, and we established that policy of 35% to ensure we would have funds available to us to accommodate our budget in lean times. And so that discussion was for that fiscal year. And it also included the fact that we wanted to restore our reserve fund because we now had monies available to us because we had to pass the reserve fund policy to increase it to 35%. I believe that was 3 years ago?
years ago.
Yes, which, because we did that then, it then allowed us to use some of those funds to not increase the millage rate. If we don't restore that money, then we will be in a predicament where we will not have the reserve funds that we need in order to run this city in lean times. So, and in fact, the proposal that I had on the table was to, the 28.4 and restore it back to the 35 the second year. That was the proposal that was on the floor, which is what I thought we voted on. But nonetheless, the purpose, if you don't save, you won't have the money when you're needing it. So we did the 28.4, so we did not have to raise the millage rate. We want to restore back the 35% so that we have our reserve funds and the dollars available to allow us to do what we just did in this fiscal year. If we don't save, which is the predicament we were in before, if we don't save, we won't have the funds that we needed. That's why we increased the policy to 35%.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Portis-Jones, I hear everything that you're saying, and I also know that when we increase it to 35%, that is not the industry norm. We took that leap, and we did that. The reason we took it down to 28.4% is, yes, to ensure that we did not have to go up on the mill rate 1.5% to get $2 million a year, when we still have not addressed other issues that we talked about during the budget process, which is the reason why we went down, because it didn't make sense, in my mind, to raise it 1.5% and not deal with all the questions that was asked during the budget process, and nothing to this date has come forward to address any of it. So that's a problem. And we do not have to go back up to 35% because industry norm is around 20%. That's why I was shocked when the attorney said that it automatically goes back up. I didn't hear that part of your motion where it was going to go back up to 35% the following year. That's why we are able to have these discussions up on this dais and make sure that there's clarity.
The motion on the floor, though, is that we are to codify, if that is the right word, the 28.4% for which we approved the 24-25 budget. So we're already operating in that budget, and we're operating without an increase in the millage rate. So we have to codify the 28.4%. That we must do.
And I understand that. The reason why there's this additional discussion is based on what the attorney said about it going back up to 35%. That was not my understanding, and I, like you, have a voice, and I will make my voice heard. I understand what we're doing now. There wasn't a question about what we're doing now. The question still remains about what we did back in the summer leading up to the budget process.
And I'm just going to say this before I take the vote. Members of council, first of all, let me start by saying 3 years ago when we acquired actually the financial portfolio we did, again, one of the things that we realized is that the gentleman that was actually in finance, and thank God Brian came along and solidified it as well, the staff came in and understood that with the volume of money that we were actually, in this case, bringing in, we needed, simply in summary, as Ms. Jones said, we simply needed to make sure we were ready for a rainy day. With in this case, a situation with sewer capacity, the different with other areas of the city, in this case, that we know is not an option that you buy, that you will buy sewer capacity, you will fund various infrastructure projects. So long story short, in summary, ladies and gentlemen, a decision was made to take it to 35 so that we could get ready for a rainy day. The rainy day came totally unexpected as a result of a legislative bill that took place that will affect every city. The blessing for the city of Fairburn is that we had the foresight as a governing body to put extra money aside in case the rainy day came sooner than we thought, and it did. It came sooner than we thought. And so, again, I won't sit here and apologize for the staff, in this case, recommended to council to take that extra money, but simply trying to prepare for a rainy day. And so, again, I understand, again, I apologize for the clarification, but again, that if you remember in the midst of that vote, when Ms. Jones made the recommendation, it was actually a heated discussion, and so, very heated, and so, but in the process, we all agreed that we would take X number of dollars out of reserve, so in this case, to move forward, and that's what we were trying to do. Members of council.
Wait a minute. Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
You know good and well, I'm not going to allow you to have the last word to say that.
Well.
So, I understand what the discussion was. It was perfectly clear what the discussion was, and yes, it was a heated discussion. And why was it a heated discussion? Because no one has come back to answer any of the questions that was asked leading up to approving the budget. That's the crutch of this whole thing. So let it be clear. I hope the citizens are looking and listening. That's where the issue is at. It was not addressed, it still hasn't been addressed, and it was weaponized. That's the problem, Mayor. I understand we're qualifying. That's not the issue. But when a statement was made that I didn't understand, I have every right to speak and speak it for the record, which is what I did.
Yes, sir. With that being said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
The next item is a resolution to authorize the issuance of the City of Fairburn Certificates of Participation Series 2024.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor and council, it's good to see you again. I wanted to report in on the bond sale today. Very successful. I'm very pleased to come before you again and go over the results of that sale. Before you, you know, every time I come, I always have a big stack of paper for you to go through. This is no different than the other meeting. We happen to have before you the preliminary official statement on your City of Fairburn Public Safety Project. We utilize the Georgia Municipal Association leasing program for the financing. We completed this document after a considerable amount of work over several months, and this was printed last Thursday. We sent it to quite a number of possible buyers. We had an order period this morning from 11 to Central Time, but it's Eastern Time. It was 10:30 to about 12:30. During that period of time, we offered, let's go to this second book. Let's talk about that. Page 2, please. Transaction overview. The financing as it ultimately sized up was $23,045,000. We'll go over the details of the money in just a moment. It is a lease. It is automatically renewable on an annual basis for 30 years. You're required to pay that lease. At the end of that 30-year period, you get the title of the building free and clear. The certificates are issued on a tax-exempt basis, so the buyers receive state and federal, have no state or federal income tax obligation upon the receipt of the interest income that they get from these certificates. We went through the rating process with Standard & Poor's, and you were rated a AA-, which is a very good rating. One thing they did state, they stated several things in the report, but one of which was you had a very good fund balance. They were very pleased with that. They said it was not high, but they thought it was very good, and they stated so in the report, and I applaud you for that. So it is, occasionally you can go in and burn down or dip into the fund balance. That's okay.
Absolutely.
But you do have a good fund balance now to be able to do that. Let's go to page 3 and talk about the sources and uses of funds. We went out with bonds or certificates this morning, $23,045,000. We had $40 million in orders. Think about that for a second. I've been doing this a long time. That always gets me. You go out with an issue of this size, you only needed $23,045,000 to fund your project. We'll get into that in a moment. You could have sold 40 million bonds.
Based on?
Okay, so now would you want to do that? Because you do have to pay it back. That's a lot. That always gets my attention as long as I've done this. Not all those bonds, some maturities were oversubscribed 3 or 4 times. You reprice. Some of those orders move. You try to spread it around to try to get 1-to-1. We sold all the bonds, but about 400,000 bonds. Those will probably be gone tomorrow. We took them down for our own account, but they'll be gone tomorrow. Again, we sold 23,045,000 bonds. The bonds are certificates. They were sold at a premium. Where does that money go? We pay the cost of issuance. That's our firm, all the lawyers involved, the rating agency, all of the things, printing. You have printed documents. Most of this stuff is electronic now, but it's good to show you the printed document. We don't print nearly as many as we used to. But we are funding with the proceeds of this financing $23,500,000 into your construction account to build your public safety facility. That's your budget. You reviewed it. Everyone's reviewed it. And that's where it's going. Okay, let's talk about the results of the sale. Page 4, please. This is what I'm extremely pleased about. You and I talked a number of times about this. I've talked with staff a number of times. As we have gone through this process, I'd go to my desk, I'd have them price out what the interest rates would look like. I mean, I didn't come up with a scale. Our desk did. I mean, they sell bonds every day. And they gave us interest rate scales throughout this process. The last time I reported to you was November the 4th. And the interest rates on a 30-year facility, we estimated at that time, a true interest cost of 4.48%. Today, we got a 4.067%, a considerable difference. Several things have occurred. Interest rates have dropped somewhat since November the 4th. I thought we did a pretty good job of selling the bonds. The net impact of that is that the total debt service over 30 years today compared to what it was November the 1st is $1,900,000 less than what we had discussed and what you had approved. So that's a substantial savings and difference. Okay. How does this compare to the rest of the market? Page 5 shows really how pricing occurs. I won't get into too much of the detail, but enough that you'll grasp it. something called a AAA scale. You price bonds off a standardized AAA rated interest rate scale. And whatever your rating is, there's a spread. For example, 2026, a AAA rated certificate sells for 2.65%. Okay? AA minus is going to be a little bit higher. It's 25 basis points. 1% is 100 basis points. Put everybody on the same page here. Okay? There's a spread. So the yield on your certificates that mature in 2026 was a 290 and on down the line. That's how you price a bond issue or a certificate of participation. And I always like to show this for you to see how you did in the marketplace. We try to show a similar issue as best we can. You don't always see similar issues on the same day. Go to page 6. It's about as close as we could come up with. Your certificate or your deal is on the left, priced it today. Yours is a AA minus, a good rating. The one on the right is for Harris County, Georgia. That issue, just its very nature, should be stronger than yours because it's a full faith and credit intergovernmental contract bond. Yours is an annually renewable lease. They don't trade quite as good. They're at AA1, you're AA minus. Theirs is Moody's, yours is Standard & Poor's. Okay. Go down yield by yield, and there are a few in there that they're lower, but in most of those yields, the yields you got were lower than theirs. For example, 2040, their yield was a 355, yours was 350, and on up. 2039, their yield was a 346, yours was a 342, and on down the line, or on up the line. So that's a good market comparison of how your securities were received in the market. You got a good rate, very good rate, and the demand was very high. To get 40 million in orders, I'm very pleased about that. So it was well received. It took us a long time to get there. I'll admit that. We did a lot of work. Laurie Schwartz, our bond counsel, was here. I want to thank her and her team. Tamika did a great deal of work. She is new and has been drinking through a fire hose since she got here and has done a great job. Your staff, Tony, Jamila, Serena, Rory, thank you all for your work. And so this was going very, very well. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Bring the item to the floor. Members of council, you have before you a resolution authorizing issuance of the City of Fairburn Certificate of Participation Series 2020-2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments by council?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so could you just explain in layman's term why we were able to get the good rate that you've described in here? Talk about it in terms of our rating, our reserves, fund balance that you talked about.
In this general
and
fund,
stewardship.
In this general fund, that is the case. You had a very high fund balance, good reserves in your general fund, and the rating agencies saw that. Not a lot of Georgia paper bonds come out. We've had a pretty good fall season, but you know, there's high demand for Georgia tax-exempt paper. This is viewed as a good credit because it is. I thought we did a pretty good job, certainly on the COPS issue, going over that with the rating agency. We had a little more struggle with the combined public utility issue, but we got through it, and that was a little tougher. And I thought our guys and gals did a pretty good job with it. They market it to the right firms. They did it pretty quickly. We like to have a week to sell it, but we did it in 2 days, and it went pretty well. People were, that buyers were able to look at your financials, and they look at this stuff. This isn't, I mean, they go through this, okay? These are sophisticated buyers. They go through this. I often get calls. I didn't this time, but it means because they understood it and they didn't need to call me. But I very often get calls from buyers during the sales process. That's not the least bit unusual. But it was well received because the general fund is in pretty good shape. And you do, and let me say this for you and the public's edification, you have a very high fund balance. 2 ways to look at that. One, in the commercial sense, you want a high retained earnings or fund balance. In the governmental world, I'm not sure, public policy-wise, the public is going to view that as, well, you charge us too much taxes and too many fees over a long period of time. It shouldn't be that high. That's a policy decision that y'all have to. So it's okay every now and then to dip into that, as you are now, for different things. Don't go too deep, but you can do that every now and then. But you have money to do that with. You have reserve to do that with in the general fund.
And could you talk about why we're leasing versus going to the bond?
Sure.
Issuing bonds?
Certainly. There are 3 ways to issue bonds in this state. One is a general obligation referendum, revenue bonds, or a lease. Okay. This particular entity, the project, we would had to have done a general obligation referendum because of the timing of it. That wasn't viewed as a particularly good option. We need to do it quicker than that. And so really and you didn't have any authorities available to finance this type of project. I know you are looking into a building and public facilities authority in the future. That will solve that in the future, but right now, this is really the method that we needed to use to finance this type of project.
Okay.
That's why.
And then lastly, I want to say thank you for responding to my request for a letter to submit to our senators, Warnock and Ossoff. But I'm also submitting it to the entire Georgia delegation, as well as Congress, senators and Congress across the country, because there is a discussion afoot to start taxing municipal bonds, which will cost us more money in order to do projects. And so I often talk about, we have to tell our story and talk about the impact that these certain policies will have on our ability to do business. So that letter was of great support.
Let me give you a sense of what that impact would be, because on the combined public utility issue, we have looked at doing a taxable piece. And what's the difference in pricing between tax exempt and taxable? Okay. 175 basis points, 1.75% per maturity. That's real money. That adds up.
Yes.
I'm a mathematician, but for those that are not, convert that to dollars and cents.
Yeah, I went to my desk about that one, and they said, it's 175 basis points. That's serious money. And if you were to overlay this thing taxable, it'd be expensive.
And then this project is for us to build a public safety building headquarters for police, fire, in another part of the city. And we can't afford to pay cash for it. I mean, it's like buying a house. Yep, right? Many of us have mortgages in order to be able to get in a house. And so this is equivalent to that, but we have to have good credit to do so. And so thank you for this, and It just shows the stewardship and the policies that we put in place to allow us to get good rates when we go to market. So, thank you, and thanks again for the letter.
Any other members of council got a question? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Next item is a supplemental ordinance approving final pricing of the 2024 combined public utility bonds.
Before you today, is the supplemental ordinance approval, no, not that one, 13, I'm sorry. A resolution to authorize the issuance of the, no,
No, this is an ordinance,
Supplemental.
supplemental bond ordinance.
that's number 14 for the CPU. Okay, correct. Excuse me. The purpose of the supplemental ordinance is to provide the further terms of the Series 2024 bonds within the parameters set out in the initial 2024 ordinance, and to provide for the application of proceeds of the Series 2024. On November 4th, Mayor and Council authorized the issuance of its City of Fairburn Combined Public Utilities Bond, Revenue Bond Series 2024 in aggregate principal amount of up to $17 million to fund the Series 2024 project and pay the cost of issuance of the Series 2024 bonds, including the payment of a premium for a financial guarantee insurance policy and debt service reserve surety. The purpose of the supplemental ordinance is to provide the further terms of the 2024 bonds within the parameters set out in the initial 2024 ordinance and provide for the application of the proceeds of the Series 2024 bonds. Cities has received and accepted the offer of the underwriter to purchase the Series 2024 bonds pursuant to a bond purchase agreement by and between the city and Stevens, Inc., Atlanta, Georgia, dated on December 9th, at a purchase price of $17,061,831.90, representing the $15,720,000 aggregate principal amount of the Series 2024 bonds, plus original issue premium of $1,483,311.90, less underwriter's discount of $141,480, and the sale of the Series 2024 bonds at the price will provide the city with funds sufficient to finance the cost of the overall undertaking now contemplated. It is the request of the mayor and council to adopt the supplemental ordinance approving the final terms of the Series 2024 bonds. Yes, ma'am.
So we're actually, I guess this would be to table the supplemental pricing resolution because those bonds have not been priced yet. There's ongoing discussions with Fayette County and another component piece. We hope to price very, very soon, Thursday, but you actually don't have it. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry about that. People tell me I'm always loud. We don't actually have the pricing done as of tonight for the city council to approve.
Okay. So in this case, because I don't have a pricing, I guess my question is, I asked for a motion to hold.
We can.
What are you doing? Because Thursday you're dealing with this issue.
We're getting there. We
Right.
have this issue rated, we've sized up the bond issue. It's going to be around $15,700,000 in that range. We have a bond insurance policy that we've accepted. We have a surety policy that we've accepted. And so what we are doing at this particular point in time is we're trying to finish the offering document. We've had some clarifications that we've been working on. We hope to get that finished by the end of the day tomorrow, but we're still working through some issues. And if that is the case and we could get the preliminary official statement for that particular issue printed, we could sell on Thursday. And what we're asking council to do is to have a called meeting on that date in the afternoon or evening so that we could bring before you the pricing, you could approve the pricing, and then we would close the following week, the following Thursday. But we simply just couldn't get it finished for tonight as we originally had planned. We had some issues come up, and we're still working through them.
So what I'm trying to confirm right now, the motion to hold is not going to affect Thursday's event, will it?
No, Mayor, you can make a motion to actually table this until the special call meeting on December 12th.
Okay. Members of council, you have before you a supplemental ordinance approval financial, item number 14, excuse me, for utility bonds. Can I entertain a motion to table to December the 12th
At a special call meeting.
at the special call meeting, excuse me?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Last item, in this case,
Special call meeting, so I can post it.
you said what now, ma'am?
What time do you want the special call meeting so I can post it?
Yeah, I was, well, right now, it looks like it'll have, I guess it'd be, let's say 6 o'clock in the evening, I guess. 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay.
All right, the next item is a discussion of process and procedures.
Before we start this process, Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore, Procedure Rule 6.3 disfavors adding items without an explanation as to whether it's an emergency or a special circumstance. Can you clarify for the record what the emergency and/or special circumstance is?
I'm ready to when I speak.
No, sir, we need that.
So you don't want to perfect the record? I'm reading from the rules, this is not my opinion.
What I'm saying to you is that what I asked for is to talk about process and procedures as being exhibited within this administration. All right? And we as a body have an opportunity to talk about that.
Yes.
You have no jurisdiction of the topic that I would like to discuss.
Oh, again, I'm
This-
speaking.
And we're following
the rule.
Robert's Rules Order.
I understand you.
Add an
speak.
item,
Yes.
it's disfavored to add an item late. When you do, you state the emergency or the special reason why. What is the emergency?
So let me say this. When I put it in writing, then the mayor goes to you and asks for a legal opinion. And in that legal opinion, you were also in error based on communication with GMA.
Well,
So,
hold on.
no, Mayor, he
Point
asked
of
the
order.
question. I'm allowed to answer it as long as I don't go into legal,
I'll
Okay.
respond. Let him answer his question.
okay? So,
Go right ahead.
So in essence, what I'm saying is that I want to talk about process and procedures that's been exhibited by this administration since this summer.
In per section 2145 of the city ordinance, the mayor gets to make a request for me to provide a legal opinion. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. And when I render that legal opinion, it is what it is. The GMA doesn't get to second guess. They don't have any authority over a legal opinion that I submit in my role as a city attorney for the city of Fairburn. Now, that being said, what is your emergency or special reason?
My special reason for,
This item, I'm not finished. At this late nature. If it is to talk about my legal opinion, it's improper for a public discussion. That's a discussion for executive session.
and we're going to do that tonight, but
Agree.
And-
I'm looking at the
and I'm-
voting and agenda procedure right here in front of
Well,
me.
Ms. Hudson,
No.
Ms. Hudson, here, I'm gonna read this to council before we get going. Members of council, you've received a legal opinion that's inclusive of numerous policies and procedures by the, for the mayor, the council, and the city administrator, which inclusive which is inclusive of communications with staff and the public impact on day-to-day operations. For clarity purposes, questions, comments, or concerns that directly or indirectly include the content of the legal opinion is not authorized due to the attorney-client privilege. Subject matter cannot be discussed in an open meeting. Mr. City Attorney, is that an accurate depiction of what the code says?
It's accurate.
I know exactly. I read it.
Where's the code?
I don't. Well, we've
You've
not.
all been doing this all year, Mayor.
We're not gonna have
You're
discussion.
suppressing information, you're suppressing council members, and you're using the city attorney to do
No,
it.
no, I'm not.
The same city
No, I'm not.
attorney gave a legal opinion
And
to us.
we have a
and you're telling us right now, we're asking for information. I am
It can be dis-
demanding
it can be discussed.
information that I requested to be given
This
to me.
information.
That
This
is my
information.
right.
This information is going to have an extensive discussion in executive
No,
session
we
discussing
going to the
these very
Attorney
items.
General's office. That's the discussion.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, y'all.
We got to go. We got to go. We got to take. We got to go in.
No, we're not going into no
Matter of
executive
fact-
session for this.
In my legal opinion.
He make that.
I have no problem with my
Good.
opinion going to the attorney.
Good,
That's how.
So,
good, done, done.
But I'm not going
Done.
to discuss my legal opinion in an open forum.
okay, so again,
Please stop providing false
Well,
information
Miss-
to council members.
Well, we're not providing anything false. You've been.
We are not
This man is, according to the,
a strong mayor.
and we're going to discuss all
Form
that.
of government.
You got that in writing.
Absolutely wrong.
Completely
No, you
wrong.
are wrong.
You've been wrong. And so we're not gonna go back about that. We already know that.
Culture of corruption, here it is.
We already know that's the law.
so again, if I can get back to answering the city attorney, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, sir. Citizens have the right to ask for salaries within this government. Is that correct?
Citizens can do an open records request and get the information that they need that way.
That is correct.
Yes.
And that has been rendered through this administration with open records requests. However, you're saying that I can't discuss that salaries in an open forum when the citizens have a right to know what is being done and what is being kept a secret or not being brought to the forefront in transparency. As this government has said over and over again, we are fully transparent. All right?
Want an answer?
No, I'm not done.
Okay, keep going.
I am not done. So,
The rules of
I am not done, sir.
we should not call.
I am not. Point of order, sir. I have the floor. Point of order. I have the floor.
Finish your question, then he'll respond.
I don't have a question. I'm having
Make your
a
statement.
comment
Keep
right
going.
now. So, if a citizen can request and receive in accordance with other legal, in accordance with GMA, the moment I ask for something as an elected official, it's considered an open record. Period. And what you have done, sir, is supported it with your opinion. And all I'm saying is that it needs to be discussed in an open forum because it's the citizens' money, which I took an oath and everybody up here took an oath that has a fiduciary responsibility. And you cannot take that away from us.
Mr. City Attorney, you want to respond to that?
Yes, I respectfully disagree with your assessment. Again, I'm going to cite City Ordinance Section 234, authority of council, not an individual council member, authority of council. The city council, that's you as a body, not you as an individual council member. Make inquiries and investigations into the affairs of the city and the conduct of any department, office, or agency thereof. For this purpose, may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, take testimony, and require the production of documents. That's exactly what you respectfully and Councilmember Hudson have been doing for some time.
That's a lie. I am not investigating anyone. I asked for documents that I am entitled to.
Ms. Hudson, point of order.
Bottom
Ms.
line.
Hudson, you're going to let him finish his statement?
Bottom line.
You're going to let him
Don't
finish his statement?
misinterpret the policy.
Now I'm going to read Robert Rules of Order 4321.
Man,
Refraining from attacking a member's motives. When a question is pending, a member can condemn the nature consequences of the proposed measure.
That a threat?
We should not engage in personalities. We should not be referring to each other as liars, using words like
I
false.
said that
You
is
can disagree
untrue.
with me all day long. but-
Sir,
Ms.
you
Hudson-
have
Ms. Hudson, you-
been defrauding me
and
with
I-
this language about investigation.
Members of council,
I have not
Answer.
asked to investigate anything.
And
I asked for information that
you
you
and
all
Mr.
have not
You and Mr.
given.
Whitmore have continually
bottom
used
line.
derogatory language toward the staff, which is in
Sir,
violation of Robert
you
Rules.
have been asked not
So-
to even say anything
so-
to me outside of a third party,
So-
but you continue
so-
to do it.
So anyway, well then, you're a member of this body. You either respond to me or not.
Sir, you
So-
do not control me.
Okay, no,
but-
I don't.
Hey,
Executive session item.
provide
Well,
the
ma'am,
information that we
I'm gonna make
requested.
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn, because we ain't getting no further right there. Is there a motion to adjourn? We ain't getting nowhere, all this going back and forth. Okay, we can sit here.
Mr. Mayor,
We can sit here, guys.
Mr. Mayor, I have a request on the floor, which was to place this on the agenda. I have a right to read my statement. We have a right to debate it. And if I may, since the city attorney likes to read things, Section 2-78, duties. The city administrator shall have the following duties. He shall direct and supervise the administration of all departments, offices, and agencies of the city, except as otherwise provided by the charter or by law. He shall attend all council meetings and shall have the right to take part in discussions but may not vote. He shall see to and direct that all provisions of the city charter, ordinances of the city, and resolutions of the council are fully enforced and carried out. He shall have the general supervision of all purchasing for the city, and he may establish such purchasing procedures and require such records thereof as he may deem best. He shall prepare and submit the annual budget and capital program to the council. He shall submit to the council and make available to the public a complete report on the finances and administrative activities of the city as of the end of each fiscal year and from time to time as directed by the council. Directed by the council, not the mayor. He shall make such other reports as the council may require concerning the operations of city departments, offices, and agencies subject to his discretion and supervision. He shall keep the council fully advised, I quote, fully advised. He shall keep the council fully advised as to the financial condition and future needs of the city and make such recommendations to the council concerning the affairs of the city as he deems desirable. He shall direct the administrative and technical activities of the personnel administration system as provided in a personnel ordinance. He shall perform such other duties as are specified in the city charter or may be required by the council. Nowhere in there does it state that the city administrator has a right to send out an email.
Well,
Wait a minute, I'm not done, Mayor. I didn't cut you off, so let me finish.
You're discussing.
No, I am not.
Okay,
I am not.
go ahead.
What he did was public to us. It wasn't illegal. So what he did was hired attorneys to investigate me. He has no jurisdiction.
I actually requested that. And so let's be.
Well, wait a
let's
minute,
get-
that's
You
not
out of order.
So, I
email
mean,
came out.
so
You out of order, Mayor.
We both agreed
Then
that,
you are out
we
of
agreed that
order.
we wanted a third party, so.
Then you are out of order.
I'll be out of order.
Investigations
It's a
come to
strong-
the council.
it's a strong
That's
mayor form of government,
malfeasance.
and so-
Out of order.
Well,
So again,
You don't have
here's the
that
goal.
authority.
Here's the goal, I guess.
Your role is ceremonial. It's clear in the ordinance.
So,
It never came before this council for a vote. He had no business having attorneys reach out to us.
Why do we have an ethics board?
In this case, we were gonna go in the executive section and discuss what we were.
No, we not.
So you're
No, we not.
Not if
don't want
it's
it
public,
executive.
you're not.
No, we not.
Don't want to discuss.
No, we not, because y'all did it wrong.
My real question, Mr. City.
Follow the law.
So here, so,
Section 221, in response to Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore's recitations a second ago, he spoke of the city administrator being responsible to the council, and It reads, the city council, not city council members individually, not city council member Hudson or Mayor Pro.
But yet you all have attorneys contacting us.
Please let him.
You got attorneys contacting the
Please let him
council.
finish. Let him finish.
Stop,
We didn't
stop
interrupt you.
singling out
Go ahead.
Councilwoman Hudson.
Okay.
Do your job, be integral, give me the information that I asked for.
Go ahead, sir.
And
Finish
for
it.
the record, y'all tried to hide it so much, I got the salaries.
Okay,
And I got the
Nothing to hide.
contract.
Go ahead.
Y'all is
Go ahead,
so-
Mr. City. Go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
City council shall be composed of a mayor and 6 council members. The mayor and council members shall be elected in the manner provided by the city charter. So I respectfully submit that the word council does not give you any individual authority. Respectfully, Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore.
And it does not state that I cannot do it. It says council. I am elected official of this body. I represent the citizens of this city.
And
The city administrator don't get to open up an investigation on the council member.
You're right.
That's wrong.
I did.
It clearly said, well, you were wrong.
Well, so in this.
Because it
not
says
the way
as
the
a
email-
council,
Let's go,
it's
let's go.
only an at-large body when it
Let's
fits
go.
you and your ideas, Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
Well,
You're the sole reason for the division on this council. Take responsibility. You were mayor before and you sat on city council. You know the rules. You are suppressing
We never
information.
had division until this year.
Sir,
And so now
please.
you and Mr.
Well,
Whitmore
then
wanna-
explain why 2 of your administrators is getting over $250,000 in their salaries
Because they earned
together.
it.
Explain that.
Now, that's why.
Explain that.
I'm not going to discuss that openly in an open meeting.
Why? Why not? It's
Go ahead. I ain't got nothing to hide.
I'm not finna
public
play in my
information.
city.
You're right, it is. And there's
Public
nothing to hide.
information, so why can't
I
we
got
discuss
it.
Mayor?
Got nothing to hide. Go
Well, then,
ahead.
well, let's
Then
talk about
release
it if
the
you have nothing to hide.
information.
Comment about it.
I asked for contracts, didn't get them. I asked for contractors. I asked for invoices, didn't get it. You don't need a legal opinion for that. That is nothing but legal maneuvering.
Information.
executive.
It goes,
No.
this information
This is public
is to
information.
be
It is
discussed
not,
in
Mr.
executive
Attorney.
session.
I
You
will
are
not be
absolutely
discussing
wrong.
this because you also was untruthful and said that this man stopped Mayor Pro Tem in the email, the attorney making up stories from lodging at the mayor. A complete lie. Now that was a lie.
You're getting involved in an investigation that has yet to be
Sir,
brought to
that is,
council.
first of all,
It's
you
coming-
don't
it's
have
coming-
attorneys
it's coming.
contacting.
A legal
Don't
investigation
put me
that
in
is
your
initiated
personal
by the
issues
city
with the
administrator
Mayor Pro Tem.
is wrong.
Yeah, members of council, I'm going to recess this meeting right now. We're at a recess.
Whatever.
Yes, ma'am. yes, ma'am.
Public
Thank-
safety, what's a public
well,
safety
it's-
purpose?
It's on, I know it's on TV. I know exactly. Go ahead. Meeting's adjourned.
It's not adjourned.
Yes, it is.
You didn't take a vote. Did you, Mark? Okay. That'll get reported.
There you go.
That'll get reported.